Hey, can't we get some like cool theme music or something rolling in?
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Live tonight with Matt and
USLA.
Lisa, guest star Tanya, and our one and only Roberto. But really, Roberto is controlled by his old lady that you guys never see.
Welcome everybody to USLA in the USA.
Welcome.
Live everybody.
We know we've been teasing y'all there for a few minutes. Trying to get some things situated, but we're here now.
Yep, I got my quilt.
Happy Father's Day. Dads out there.
Up to 11. Hello everybody. Having a good day. Already 8 o'clock nearly. Well, here in Central Time, it's 9 o'clock.
Oh, Central Daylight Time is what Roberto calls it.
Central Daylight Time?
Yeah, CDT. We have to be accurate now.
I was so confused for days.
Isn't it CST?
No, that's standard time and then daylight time. You're on daylight saving. He's correct. It's daylight time. You gotta add the hours. Hey, Philip. Hey, Wes. How's it going?
Hello.
No, remember, we love Wes. Even when Wes asks difficult questions that we're not sure which direction he's going, he's just asking questions.
Ah, Wes, our friend.
Yeah, our friend.
Look, my daughter even got creative on the envelope.
That's nice.
That's cute. Hey, Irvin. Hey, Brian.
What's
Look,
up?
look, yeah, Tommy. Can you guys see the comments on your side?
I can now.
Okay. Hi, Freebird.
All right, guys. As soon as we talk, we're gonna have to mute our mic because if not, there'll be echo.
It is echoing bad.
All right, you guys want to go ahead and start rolling? All right, we're good. Yeah. Is it your introduction or mine? Tommy's. Look, they're all muted. They picked me.
Yeah, I mean, introduction. Y'all probably know who we are by now. Welcome to our live. Really nothing much to say except today is the 17th of June. It's Father's Day. Is it
the 19th? We don't know what day it is.
It's the 19th. Go figure.
We work a lot.
Is what it is. We're gonna just touch on a few things, reiterate some things, open the floor up to any questions that y'all may have, or any concerns, or anything, as long as it's relevant and to topics of interest here. Nothing from the past going forward.
Oh, sorry, Fam Bam. It is Juneteenth. Thank you for reminding us. I guess technically they're celebrating it on Monday the 20th because it's considered a federal holiday now. But thank you for reminding us. It is Juneteenth. Does everybody know what Juneteenth is? It was when the message got out that slavery was officially over and the Civil War was won. Sorry. So, happy Juneteenth, everyone.
Yeah, definitely slavery sucks, and Even though the chains are not there, the invisible chains are still there. So
yeah, happy Juneteenth, everybody. Happy Father's Day to all you great dads out there that are out there killing it, especially the ones that are doing the dad and the mom part. You guys don't get recognized very often. Shit's hard work, man. So shout out to you guys. I hope everybody had a good Father's Day. And hope everybody's enjoying the summer. So I guess we'll get started. Lisa, that's your cue.
All right. So we had a pretty good introduction live the other day, a week and a half ago. You'll have to forgive us. We're trying to get on a regular schedule Sunday evenings. Things get kind of crazy. I think all of us here are usually on some kind of meeting or live or gathering every single night. We all work on the organization. So I was personally, if my YouTube streamers will know, I was up from 11 o'clock at night until 1 o'clock the next day working all night into the day. My 14-hour regulated DOT day. We'll just go with that. But sometimes you don't sleep all day thinking you have to work that night. So it's my days are a little off right now. But with USLA right now, we had a meeting last week. We're pulling back the reins just a little bit, only so that we can solidify our structure. We're trying to get people in place to help even moderate forums, to help develop SOPs, help deliver flyers, just our organizational structure that we've talked about, our 5 key points on that: public relations, security and operations, social media, and what was the other one?
public relations.
I'm blanking out right now.
Social media, research and development. Research and development is huge, y'all. So, I mean, if you're interested,
state, national, world, local levels. I mean, even if it's your county or city, we're looking for all kinds of teams. We're trying to get people bunched up. You know, if you're in Texas and you want to worry about the state and local, then we've got our Texas people bunched up. Tennessee, you know, all the states kind of have their own research and development teams they're building. We also have a couple people working on like a national research and development where they're paying attention to the national and also like the world stage forum and communicate with our national level so that we can get those points out, because as Tommy has stated before, we're going above all that. We're going for the global agenda. Even though it will all work from a local level up, ultimately that's what we're after, is to cut that head off the snake.
Everything's connected. So if we can get to the top and bring that down, everything else will
start falling into place correctly, the way it's supposed to.
Hold on, let me say something, Lisa, before you keep going, if I can. So, guys, with that said, you guys have to understand that this is I've said it at this point probably thousands of times. This is a marathon. We have to make sure that all of our pieces are in the right places at the right time. I mean, this isn't like, if you guys have followed or watched any of the other people that have called these people out or done any kind of motions to bring these people down, people disappear. Shit happens. Being suicided is a real thing. So we have to make sure. That's why it seems like it's a slow process and there's not a lot of stuff getting out. And I know I got people asking me about Patriot packs and asking me all these things. And it's just, we spend hours and hours discussing single topics, like single sentences of topics. And we just go full force into them, check them out, investigate them. I mean, it's a long process, but at the end of it, we will be successful. We're going to be successful. There's not, you guys have all seen the memes going around that say, something along the lines of, my kids will always be able to say that I fought for them, regardless of the outcome. We're not we're not backing down. We're not leaving out of this. Whatever whatever it takes. But that's why we need you guys. That's why we need the people. Because if people start getting taken out, or a level gets broken down, we have to have people behind us that fill spots. As soon as a spot gets open, we got to have somebody there and push this forward. So that's why it's and Lisa, I think, is going to get into it, but that's why we've kind of decided we're going to slow it down a little bit, slow roll it a little bit. Lisa will get more in depth in that, because we got to go. We can't fuck this up, point blank, period. So we just got to slow roll it, make sure all our ducks are in a row, and keep it pushing. We greatly appreciate every single one of y'all's patience and understanding, and especially a shout out to all those people that have come in and are really stepping up and really putting in work and really reaching out to us. Guys, we really are almost every single night in group meetings, group phone calls. Some of you guys have called us and you've seen it. I'll be on the phone with somebody will call me, I'll just join them in. Somebody will call the person I was talking to, they'll join them in, and then it just happens. Before we know it, we're on conference calls with 12 people, 6 of them are on speakerphone from another phone. It's every night. It's a lot. So please bear with us if we haven't gotten to you with one-on-one conversation. I know we try to reach out to you guys and at least talk to you for a short period and let you know that, we're not leaving you hanging. Your voice matters. You count. If we haven't made it back to you and had them, good long phone calls that we've had with, what do you guys say, thousands of people at this point? We'll get to you. I promise. Just stay in our inboxes, stay in our text. Just keep with us, man. It's a lot. This is a lot of work. A lot of shit's going on, and I'll stop rambling now, Lisa, if you want to take that. But thanks, guys. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your patience. I love you all. My dog just went nuts.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to watch the 5 of us together sometimes, because we figured out we actually work really well together in filling each other's gaps and shortcomings and pick up here and there. It's not very often that we get pissed off at each other, but when we do, we make up very quickly. So yeah, for sure. I don't know. We're all of us are talking to people. I might reach out, like Tommy last night. He's on the phone with another person that had just called. I just got a text with somebody else that I need to reach out to. Just keep on us. It's not that we're trying to ignore you at all, and we're trying to get our phone numbers out to everybody as much as possible so they can actually call us. It's just sometimes you have to go through just message me for now, because even if you can probably find our numbers, but I'm not sure I'm ready to just broadcast my phone number out on Facebook or anything at the moment. I kind of want, at least one level of screening before I do. I think the rest of us are kind of all on the same page. That's a really good point, Tommy. I appreciate you bringing up the fact that with our stated goal in mind, people disappear. That's the first thing they're going to do is come after the organizers or the leaders that they think are in charge or moving it forward, and that means that we have to have other people in the stages to just roll on if something happens to one of us. In all honesty, all of us have considered it. We've all had conversations about it from the beginning, and that's why we're still here, because we're all in. And I know how many people I've talked to, a lot, that are pretty much all in. There's some people that are working on it. I think that if certain things happen a certain way, there's going to be a lot more people all in. And so this is a movement. This organization has to be able to continue forward no matter what happens with any of us or anybody else. God willing, nothing does happen to us, that we are protected. I feel like we are protected for my belief system. God watches over us, and he's taken really good care of all of us so far, and we've been really fortunate. We haven't had a huge amount of you know, things happen to us in bad ways, so we're still here, but he also lifts us up. I mean, we all have our down days just like other people out there, and we've just got to keep lifting each other up and moving forward, even if it's just a little piece at a time. But if we're not solid and we don't have the people in place, we will collapse from the inside. And what we're working on doing is getting ourselves solidified, and then we can make the big push for membership, because there's going to be so many people out there that are going to be looking for answers, looking for a comfort, a place to go that supports them, that understands what's going on in the world, because it's not our job to tell you what to do. We're supplying you with the answers and information so you can do the research and make your own decisions. You don't have to go out there and spend hours and hundreds of hours of looking into here and looking into there, because I'm telling you, all of us do, and there's so many other people associated with USLA that does, and we get burned out. And not only burned out, sometimes we are about this close to crawling in the closet, shutting the door, and just rocking ourselves to sleep at night with some of the things we've seen.
Yep.
So, and it's no joke. I mean, there's some serious evil in the world. We all know and feel that. But to actually see it firsthand, see the information, watch it play out the way we have so far, and we're just on the tip of the iceberg right now, to be honest with you. It's so deep. And that's part of what we're trying to do too, is be able to filter through some of that and give you the key pieces to run off of, because there's so much surrounding. You have to filter through so much. There's like little bits of truth in everything, and you have to filter through it and then be able to put all those little pieces together and then show the picture. And we don't even have the whole picture. We have like this much of the picture, but this much what we see is bad. It's bad. And so we're trying to put that picture together as quickly as possible to give it to you, and then show you all the places that you can verify that information, and that you can verify where it's coming from, what it is, and link it all together, so that you, if you only have an hour that week, you get more of that picture in that hour than I think it took us maybe 200 hours to put together.
And they're going to be verifiable links. They're going to be source links.
Documents.
There's going to be no ifs or buts about if this is legitimate or not, because it's coming straight from the horse's mouth. We literally, like, proverbially reaching down the horse's mouth and pulling out what it ate and giving it to you.
Okay.
Straight from the horse's mouth. That's what I mean by verifiable links. Now, when research and development comes into play, we might be using third-party sites, just to be transparent. But what you do when you're doing research and development, you find a news agency that you're not favorable of, or an article or a third-party site, and you look at that article, you're listening to what they say, you're taking notes, and then you take those notes, and then you do some more research from that, and you verify it with a legitimate government website or organization website, and then linking up the IRS tax forms, linking up other financial statements, and seeing how they connect the dots. That's what we're doing with our research and development team. And we will put the information out there in the social media and the platforms, and we're handing out flyers. This is the process that it takes. We don't just get a topic and haphazardly just put information together and, blow hot air up your ass. We're not here to blow hot air up your ass. We've already felt that enough from our current administration and previous administrations, that we're going to go ahead and give you a nice, cool side of the pillow to lay your head on.
Yeah. That's what we're doing. Because it's the problem. They spent so much time obfuscating things. I just watched a video from a doctor today that talked about the Pfizer clinical trials with the children. I mean, I've got to go do more research on it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that what she said was exactly correct, because I don't know. But her inference, or not inference, but she straight out said it. She said they twisted the findings, and in it said that these children, like 3 out of the 4,300, I think she said, that were in the Pfizer clinical trial from 6 months to 4, I believe, 3,000 out of the 4,000-ish didn't even make it through the trial. Like, if you're having a trial for a drug and that's accurate, and 3,000, what is that, 3/4%, 0.75% of the children don't even make it through the trial, there's no fucking way that drug should make it all the way through. logic would dictate. Now, if those are all accurate, then yes, those are things we need to look into. But that's what I'm trying to say. I'm telling you right now, I saw a video. It looked like a decent doctor. What her points were with the data, but I can't tell you that's 100% because I haven't gone and done the research to make sure that what she's saying is accurate. But it does make me question, okay, I need to go over here and start looking at that data, because if that's accurate, then we need to be publicizing that accurate information so that people understand that clinical trial was BS, and they can understand that there is no confidence in that. But because I don't have all that stuff right now, I can't tell you to do that. That's how careful we're trying to be. We have to be. These people on the other side doing all these crazy things have been locked and loaded and got their system down. We have to be solid, because they're going to be looking for every single little piece to take us down as soon as we start affecting them and become a threat. So right now, we're in the process of it. We've got to be foundationally ready for this.
Yeah, and so speaking on that, being foundational ready, we do take a lot of notes. A lot of us, too. Every single one of us, not just here on the live stream, but our other state leads. So I want to just show y'all real quick. I mean, and this is just one notepad, right? This is just one notepad. It's nearly full. I got other notepads. I got another one here, brand new, just started taking notes. And another thing too that I want to show y'all is I go and actually print out documents. So y'all can see that I got verifiable information that I print out. This one here is about the Patriot Act. I have that. I'm going to go through it, highlight, take notes. This is what we do. Just so all of you viewers and supporters know that we do take this very seriously. This public law 94-412 that was passed in 1976, you see that it's actually a credible document. And this is about terminating existing declared emergencies. Okay, so this is going to be able to tell us what goes on in terminating existing declarations, because that's what we're trying to get rid of. That's one of the things that we're trying to get rid of. I've got the Proclamation 9994, which is the COVID-19 pandemic emergency declaration. This is what we're ending. This is what we want to end. War and National Defense document. This is all straight from the horse's mouth. So I just want y'all to see, look, I've got documents. And how about this one? How you like that? All our viewers out here, all our supporters. 2021 mobilization indicators. This is from the DHS, because we know that they put out basically a hit on Americans. And so I think I've got that. I might even got that in here. If I don't have that printed out, I have it on my phone. I tell you that. Well, I've got tons of presidential documents, executive orders. President just constantly puts in executive orders, and we don't get to say on it, y'all. This is the thing that we've got to educate everybody about, bring that awareness to, that our government can be actually a very beneficial, advantageous government if it would just be transparent and clear and open and honest with its constituents. And that's what we want to be with y'all. We want to be transparent, open with each one of y'all, despite the criticism, any kind of negative feedback that we might get, because we know that that's probably going to happen regardless. But regardless, nonetheless, matter of fact, we're going to still continue to do what we're doing, because we know that what we are doing is what we should be doing, and it's the right thing to be doing. Break line.
Thank you, Matt. Matt
it's just not the reason he's showing you all that paperwork. We told you in the last meeting, we have to educate. Everybody's got to get the information. Everybody's got to know what's going on. And that's just to let you guys know that if you see us pass something on to you, if you see us post it, we've all seen it. We've all read probably most of it, if not all of it. We've cross-referenced. Just all the way through and through. Are we guaranteeing that everything we get is 100% correct? you know, you can't guarantee that. We can't guarantee you that we put all the hours and time that you would hope and expect the people that are giving you information are really putting in. We're doing our due diligence, and we're giving you guys as much accurate and up to date information as we can give you. That's all he's trying to show you guys, and just let you know you're not following people that are pulling stuff out of their ass or copying shit from somebody else's posts and just assuming that it's correct. That's not what's going on here. Roberto looked like he wanted to say something there, unless somebody else got something to say.
Well, I was just listening in, but to add to what Lisa was saying, to give credibility of what she was saying about the trials regarding the children, just recently, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, there was a Senate hearing where Rand Paul, as always, Dr. Rand Paul, the senator from Kentucky, drills Dr. Fauci on where is he getting the data to justify an emergency use of the vaccine on children. And you could see how Dr. Fauci just dances around all his questions. He never answers a question. He dances around. He also questioned him about royalties and conflicts of interest, you know, regarding all that. And you could see how Fauci just they've become masters at dancing around questions, just like Ketanji Brown, when they were questioning her before she became a Supreme Court justice, how she just dances around the question. She never answers a question. So, and they're getting away with this. But if you're doubtful on the research that we're doing here at the USLA, you know, just look around. I mean, it's in Senate hearings. We've already done the research, and when I say we as a group, but Matt, Tommy, you guys are doing such a great job. You know, on the other side, I'm researching other stuff. So collectively, you know, we just make a team so that we can let you all the viewers, like Lisa says, you know, we put in all the hours and we condense it into 1 hour here on a live stream, so that you guys can just go straight to it and do your own research. You might fall into another rabbit hole, but you know, we've fallen into these rabbit holes ourselves, and it's all about educating and exposing and make you all aware. So so that's what it's all about. And and I guess, Tanya, if you want to say something, don't mean to put you on the line.
Roberto, why don't you talk about the crimes against humanity so we don't forget?
Correct. So yes, this weekend, if you all were waiting for me to go live on, which was today, on the Crimes Against Humanity tours, they actually postponed it, which that is the bad news, that it was postponed to next Saturday. But the good news is that it was postponed for a great reason. According to the Crimes Against Humanity tours, they actually postponed it because this same weekend they were going to meet with high officials in the United States to present the evidence and to present the case, to be able to take it to court and hold accountable all of those that are guilty of literally this crime, or crimes in plural, against humanity. So it's postponed for this Saturday from 8:30, actually 9:30 to 6. I still don't know if I can live stream it. If I do live stream it, I'm going to live stream it in Rumble. So please, I subscribe to Rumble. Subscribe to my Rumble, which is all together B as in Bravo, B75 Trucking, all together. and I am soon gonna post it. I already have it set up to start live streaming at, let's say, 9 in the morning. So regardless, I'll live stream, and if I have to turn it off, I'll have to turn it off before I go in. But if not, I'll live stream through the whole thing. But regardless, they are gonna live stream it. You might have to, give a donation or buy the ticket to live stream in Sacramento on July 16th. So if you're not able to see it through me, at least you'll be able to see it live stream when they go to Sacramento on July 16th. But other than that, I'll be there Saturday in Tampa, the Tampa area. It's actually Lakeland, if I'm not mistaken. Next Saturday, the 25th of June. So if you guys want to join me, make sure you join me in Rumble on a live. So if you guys don't know what the Crimes Against Humanity is, the Crimes Against Humanity tour, again, it's a panel of doctors, attorneys, witnesses, victims, if you will, testimonies that are being presented to try to be presented on a grand jury, since the United States court system or judicial system is not taking a case. They don't even want to see it. It's up to us, the people, to present it, organize a grand jury, organize a commission. Hopefully we can organize something called the Bioweapons Inquiry Commission, so that we can investigate and create a formal commission or committee to investigate and to be able to indict those that are guilty of creating this bioweapon, both COVID-19 itself and the vaccine. So if you guys have any questions about it, I'll be in my live. I'm actually seeing my live chat. So we'll be able to, I'll be able to answer the questions as much as I can. Thank you very much. And whoever wants the floor, I'll yield it.
We can't hear you, Tanya.
Tanya, go to the settings, go to the settings and click audio, and either, I don't know if you either, you could choose speaker, you could choose earpiece, or you could choose Bluetooth settings. So go to the settings on the bottom. We still can't hear you. Go to settings on the bottom and click on audio. Sorry about that, folks. Technical difficulties. By the way, happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there. Thank you very much for wishing us a Father's Day.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's like that.
Take it away, Tanya.
That stupid commercial we've all heard forever and ever. I just wanted to add to the same as what you've all been saying. We have over 50, if not 100 people we're in contact right now. I know that each of us individually have other people that have reached out to us that are part of organizations that have built relationships with each of us, and they share their research with us. So research and development is a big part of our organization, because we don't want to give you the same kind of information that you've been getting from social media or the news or things, anything like that. We want to give you the truth as far as we can see it. And so when we get information from people who've done research, we share it with each other. We all research it. So, and going towards the future, we are building a website. And I think it's a time for Matt to go ahead and talk about that. We talked about it before this meeting. So we could discuss some of the parts. I took notes, but I know you got most of the notes. So if I need to add anything to it, I will. And you can go ahead and talk about Clout Hub too, if you want to. Oh, so I was also going to say thank you. Thank you to every one of you that have reached out, that have shared your work with us, that you've spent hours, countless hours as well, because I know you're not on this live and I don't want to call you each out by name. Some of you are very protective of yourselves, understandably. You see our faces because, like Lisa said, we have had this conversation and we are willing to put our faces and our voices to it for you. And those of you who are doing the same thing, we thank you for joining with us. We thank you for cheering us on. We thank you for your encouragement. And we thank you for volunteering your time and your talent and all of those things. So, yeah, I'm done for now.
All right. So, yeah, in regards to our website, we do have a web developer that's going to be creating our website from the back end. So we have a domain, the USLA.com. If you go there right now, you're not going to get nowhere. It's not up and live yet, but we have a web developer. We are discussing how we want it to be, how we want it to feel, how do we want it to look. A lot of informational websites that I have visited are overwhelming and inundated with tons of words, and it becomes overwhelming and just too much. So my idea is to have a more interactive experience. That so what I actually say here is just exactly what: less words and using words that have more weight, that promote action with all of us, as well as critical thought. So a website is going to be somewhere where you can go to get information that's other than social media platforms, because really what we're trying to do is get away from especially the mainstream media platforms. So one thing that you're going to notice when you go to our website is as long as my team is all right with it, I believe that they are because we're all on the same page, so I'll speak for all of us. We don't want to promote Facebook. We need to get the hell off Facebook, be done with Mark Zuckerberg, and we're pushing everybody over to Clout Hub, CLOUTHUB, all one word. We have people that are really close in the development of the app, the beginning stages of the app. Thousands of people are on there. They're all like-minded individuals, liberty-minded.
Free speech forum.
Free speech platform.
You can live stream. You can do everything on Facebook. You can do that.
You can do everything that you can do on Facebook. You can do on Clout Hub. It's just better because it's not ran by, that guy. I don't want to mention his name because that gives too much energy to him.
Well, and the other thing about it is that we can have a main page. It's like a server. So you have the main page for USLA. Then you have subgroups into all the 50 states.
Yep.
Then each state can have its own subgroup as well. So it's all in one spot, and it's very user-friendly.
User-friendly is what we're going for. That's why not only is our website is going to be user-friendly, but so is Clout Hub. So we're going to be making that push. We want everybody to come on over to Clout Hub, join us there, get off of Facebook. I don't even know if we're going to open up an Instagram page. We haven't really even talked about that in regards to social media. But we're trying to give highlight to the smaller media platforms that are not in the limelight, that should be in the limelight because they offer better options in regards to, upholding our rights and our Constitution, which is what we're trying to fight for. And obviously places like YouTube is not going to really we would put our we go on Rumble with this live stream, but I don't think that we can.
I haven't found a forum yet that will. I think Roberto had said I gotta play with it a little bit. Roberto said there is a way to do it. To get Rumble on here onto this stream, but they have licenses, different apps. You have to have a license for them to do YouTube, Facebook, all that. So there is a way to do Rumble. We got to play with it a little bit, but Clout Hub, we're trying to make Clout Hub our main point of contact for social forum. We also have True Social. We have Getter. We have Telegram. Telegram's a really good place to just get some really raw information.
We're on True Social as well, and try to keep it with the younger generation to get word out to them. We do have a TikTok. All of this is going to get developed, and we'll have content. As time goes on, we're going to have more content, better content. It's going to improve. It's going to enhance. So I wanted to answer. I saw that Tommy said that everything you post on Facebook goes to Instagram. So you can change that if you want to, man. If you don't want your stuff going to Instagram, Tommy, let me know. I don't know if you want to change that, if that's something that you were trying to mention. But it doesn't.
No, people were just asking about other platforms, and somebody said something about nobody's on Instagram. I'm on Instagram. I had it. I took my I don't even know what none of that shit's called, but I took it off to where it didn't share my stuff from one stuff to the other thing. You know what I mean? And then I changed it back. So I believe everything that I post on Facebook goes to my Instagram. So if people follow me on Instagram, I don't know that I can do much more than that because I'm not familiar with it at all. But I think you can follow me on Instagram and you'll get the same stuff that I post on Facebook or any of my other spots will go to the Instagram as well. I think. Excuse my language. I know sometimes I can sound like I know what I'm talking about. But when it comes to these apps and shit, I have no idea. I just don't. I'm sorry. I'll build you a barn if you want to work on my apps. You work on my apps in your barn.
Segues real quick into the fact that there's only so many of us, and we only have so much time. So that's part of what we're looking for. People that are versed in these social forums is potential mods. We're wanting to put one spot on Cloud Hub every day. There's what's important for USLA is posted, and then we have people that are monitoring those different social forums, and then they can get that information and post it on those social forums. Because when you get 5, 6, 7, 8 deep, it's hard enough. I think we all kind of naturally evolved to taking over a couple at a time for all of us. But I barely have enough time. You guys see me live streaming at 3 a.m. just because I'm out working. So those are things that, if anybody's really interested, I'm going to put it out here and put it out again in helping with anything to do with USLA research development, public relations. You guys have you found a rabbit hole that you deem, you feel like is really important and can be connected to things. Reach out to us, email us at uslaadmin@protonmail.com. If you're in a state that doesn't seem to have a USLA there, email us. We're trying to build these states up. We're up to about 15 now. We're growing, but we've got a lot of states that don't have, people who've reached out to us yet with USLA. So if you're interested in helping out with those states, even if I don't want to be a state lead, but I want to help out, all of a sudden we've got you, then we'll get 4 or 5 more people and we can put you guys together in your state to kind of work together and start getting it off the ground a little bit and support you guys. So I'll put it in the chat to email us, message any of us. We'll get back to you. So I'm just throwing it out there. I'll do it again here in a minute.
And turn on your notifications. A lot of people that have liked our pages or gone into our state groups, your notifications are not on, so you're not getting the information from us until a week later. And then when there's events in the state, then you're not getting the information about that. So notifications on wherever you're following us.
I know it may be difficult to move social media sites because, you know, most of us have been on Facebook for 10, 15, almost 20 years. So it is new, but it is something that's needed to be done. We need to get off of that global social platform, or we're going to get to, you know, that's why Cloud Hub is so nice, because it can also reach worldwide, but it doesn't have the restrictions that Facebook and his other apps like WhatsApp and Instagram, you know, it's all associated with Facebook, right? And the same thing with like Twitter. And I heard someone say something about True Social is Donald Trump's platform. Indeed, it is, and I'm not, you know, I don't like it the best. I'm not super in favor of it, but I am in favor of Cloud Hub. I'm going to keep speaking that because that's going to be our jump off spot. So if you're looking to share any kind of information on social media, you're going to want to go to Cloud Hub first, because as for me right now, I'm not going back on Facebook. I'm not on Instagram. So you're not going to find me. You're not going to find the material that I put on there, nor is the information that I'm gathering from my research and development team going to be on those other social media platforms, unless my social media team is directly sharing from Cloud Hub to those platforms. Okay, so if you're wanting any kind of information straight from the source, it's going to be Cloud Hub, and then you can share it out to whatever other platform that you're involved in. But kind of go back to the website a little bit, talk about that a little bit. This is the first time that actually, besides Tanya, so we're thinking about possibly having a message board or a forum, and one of the fancy phrases that I came up with, or a slogan or term, name, label, whatever, Freedom Forum. We're going to have a Freedom Forum. It's just going to be, basically, it's going to be research and development, credible research that has been developed on key and specific topics that you can interact with your own comments, with your other, maybe you have source links as well, or something that branches off, connects to something else that you've heard of. So that will be what the Freedom Forum would be about. And these are all things that are going to be in our website, anchored in. We're going to have different pages for, like, for example, there's going to be a section to be able to volunteer, whether it's volunteering your time, volunteering your money, volunteering your free thought. That's going to be a contact form where you can put in your information, fill out a couple questions, and then send it off to us. And again, what I'm telling y'all is the very beginning is this rough draft. It's still brainstorming. This is what we're going to be having developed onto the website. We want to be, I believe that we all want user involvement and to be interactive for each one of our supporters. And hopefully we get to a point where actually my developer can have the site where it can be translated into other languages internationally. Because that's the really key thing too. Like, America is the key to the world. Okay, you can't, just take America away from the world. We can actually be a very constructive engine for the entire world. We can actually be an inspiration to many other countries in a positive way. Not just for war. Let's see here. We'll have a resource page where it's going to have our source links, where you can download call to action flyers, peaceful assembly flyers, where you can check on events for different states. So that we'll have, like, for example, a drop down box where you can select your state. And then once you select, say, Alabama, all of the events that are going on in Alabama, starting with the USLA events, would be at the top. And then we would have a breaker. And then we would have links to community events that are going on within that state. You go to another state, Washington, it'll be the same thing. You'll have events that are going on. That way you know what kind of events are happening in your area that you can go to be able to talk to people, be able to hand out flyers, and then have that conversation with what is going on. To be able to raise more awareness, to be able to educate more people on the world that we live in and the world that we want to live in. Not for us, but for our children and the children to come. I don't want to put too much on the website because I don't want to be like get y'all super excited. I just want to get y'all excited enough to come back. Cliffhanger. Takes all I can do is just keep up with Facebook. And that's the thing, Sean. I know that you said that it's hard for you to keep up with everything. Well, if you got off of Facebook and just got on Cloud Hub and YouTube, then it would just be replacing one with the other, and then you don't have to worry about it no more. Yeah, you're gonna kind of miss some things, and you might get sad. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like it's a breath of fresh air. I don't look at, oh my gosh, I'm not on Facebook, but it's just one of those things where we have to just cut it.
West said everybody needs to smile more, man. Y'all look way too damn serious out here.
I'm trying. Someone asked if there's a link. We have bought the domain. It's theusla.com, but if you go to it, it's not going to be there because, as we're talking about, it has to be developed. The best places right now, unfortunately, is Facebook and then Cloud Hub. Like we were saying, we're trying to move everyone over there.
Cloud Hub, you just literally look up United States Liberty Alliance on Cloud Hub. It'll go straight to it.
And then when you join the group, it'll say subgroups, and there is a subgroup for every state at this point. Correct?
Almost. I'm kind of getting them done as they come along.
Okay.
But, I mean, all you have to do is put it in there. There's a really cool mod named Kimberly Sweets. If you say something, she usually brings it to my attention. Or you can at Lisa the mayor and tell me that state's not there. And I check it every day. So every day I see something. He checks it. Somebody checks it. And as soon as I know there's not a state and there's someone there for that state, I will make it. It's just priorities right now. You don't want to make one and then it just be zero. I think it just seems to be demoralizing to people sometimes psychologically. So
as for YouTube, right now we're going to stay on YouTube until we can get onto Rumble, because I think everyone here has a Rumble. And again, we're just trying to get over to Rumble because it's a more of a free platform than what we're dealing with YouTube. YouTube has all the access to be able to cut us off and say that we're violating community guidelines because we said freedom too many times. Like, excuse my language, but fuck that shit. Okay? So as soon as we figure out a way to get over to Rumble, then YouTube's going to eventually get phased out. That's my opinion. Maybe eventually, maybe not now, maybe a year from now or so.
So, agreed to an extent. The problem is that you don't want to create, and this is where we disagree a little bit. I don't want to create an echo chamber. I want us to be able to reach out across the pad to people on Facebook and YouTube because that's where a lot of the middle of the road people are. And so we don't want to cut them off from being able to reach out to those people as well. We just want to protect the organization on social forum and make sure that we have people knowing that they can go to Cloud Hub and it's protected. So that when things do kind of hit the fan and something happens on Facebook, we don't get annihilated and disappear either. Because that's kind of the problem you run into with YouTube and Facebook. They think they control it. So if they don't like you and they get rid of you, they think you've disappeared. And so it's a matter of just shifting you guys over to a safe forum, but also being able to utilize Facebook and YouTube because we don't want to cut ourselves off from people that are kind of in the middle of the road just starting to wake up, because that's something we've all discussed. I mean, there's going to be a point here, people, I don't know when, soon, 6 months, a year or less, that something is going to reach the tipping point, and there's going to be a lot of people who are going to wake up and they're going to be scared and they're not going to know where to look or what direction to go. And that's what we're here for. We're here to go, hey, we got you. Here's what's been going on. Here's your information. Here's what you can do. We're going to support you. We're a foundation for liberty. And here's what we need to do. Because otherwise you're going to have all these people waking up scared to death and running around blindly. And what's going to happen in a vacuum? Usually evil takes over in a vacuum, and we're not going to let that happen. So we still have to be access to Facebook and YouTube for these people. We can't just develop our echo chamber. So sometimes we have disagreements, but we work it out. What are they saying?
I understand the importance of leaving certain platforms, but I also understand the importance of being there for those who have not left yet, until it's like waiting for the last person, going to get that last person. Some people have given up on waking people up, but I know this team hasn't. And so that's going to be part of it.
Sean Saunders said, can we just create a direct website for USLA to where we can live stream on our own platform? I believe that is part of the plan, Sean. That's where the USLA.com's coming in. We're working on designing it, figuring out how we want to. But I agree. The best case scenario for us that we're working toward is having this developed and eventually on our own private, controlled, safe server that no one can flip a switch on us. And that's how the elitists do it. Might as well use their fucking playbook. So it just takes time. A lot of us, we are not asking for donations at this moment. That's a whole nother subject for another day, because we want to be careful and very transparent when the time comes in order to gather donations. So right now, all of this stuff comes out of our own personal pockets, a little bit here, a little bit there. Sometimes we just don't have $5,000 to put down on a server, so we just have to build it very slowly. Right now, we're moving over to safer forums, safer places. Our .com is actually on a very well-known forum that doesn't just get bitchy and flip the switch off. So we feel like we're going to be pretty safe there for now. Eventually, we're going to just keep building and integrating ourselves to be under our control and not someone else's control. So just takes time and a little bit of money. So maybe when we get there, we'll see who wants to pitch in a few bucks here and a few bucks there. But until then, it's all coming out of our pockets. So we just have to move kind of slow right now.
Yeah, pockets are flat right now. Pockets flat. It's flatter than a piece of wood.
It's worked out well somehow. Like Matt and I were just supposed to be roommates, and I'm like, "Hey man, you just do what you're doing. I'll go work. I make good money. I'll go work right now." Like, he picks up for what I can't do, and vice versa. So it's been not a million years did I see this working out like that way. But I guess that's what God felt was the need to do. So, maybe eventually all of us will be in some giant ass 100,000 acre community. We can just build our own little country. Who knows? It's coming. We're thinking big. So, anything else we need to kind of discuss? Again, you guys, if there's anything out there in YouTube, Facebook land, any of our subscribers, any of you guys, you want information, you'd like to just join up with the state and Clout Hub, even on Facebook, wherever you're comfortable with. If you don't like True Social, that's okay too. That's why we're trying to be spread out so we reach everybody. Please reach out to us, message us on any of them, email us, uslaadmin@protonmail.com. If there's something you think you can help with, even an hour a week, anything. This isn't just us doing this. This is hundreds of people right now. I mean, I don't even know how many. I mean, I've got 50 or 100 I work with. Some of us intermingle with others. I could talk to Tommy one day and he's picked up, 10 people that day or something. I mean, we just all seem to, Roberto's got his people too. So it's interesting because I just had one of our states let me know that somebody reached out to him from British Columbia. So, people are connecting with these state leaders and we're just building and we're becoming international. To be honest, I had someone on my thing from Finland the other day, and New Zealand and Australia. So this is what we're doing. We're trying to reach out and collaborate organizationally with the world, because you know what, these people in this world, Australia, New Zealand, all these other countries, they're on the same thing. I mean, they're all for liberty too. Although I have learned that they may not refer to it as liberty. So that's another thing we're working on, is an international symbol, international designation that people can see on a flag, or and just know what it is, that we all have the same context even though we don't speak the same words. So that's something that thank you, Diego. Diego got that up.
So I'll chime in. I do want to. What I would like. Somebody said something about rallies. They were talking about Roberto. If you want to scroll back and see that, you might not have to scroll back. Again, we're not driving in circles, right? We're not doing that. That's not what we're doing. We're raising awareness. We're giving people information. So I did have the idea, and you guys can give me some feedback, or you guys can kind of, make it happen yourself, or, whatever, however you want to do it. But I brought up the idea of possibly the last weekend for your region before they go back to school this summer, maybe the last weekend before school starts. See if you can't throw a end of summer bash type of environment, type of community event where people just show up, invite your vendors, invite your small businesses, invite your local people, see if you can get bouncy houses, have the potato sack races, any of that kind of stuff, just to get your community there. You don't have to shove nothing down anybody's throat. Just have a tent there that's got all the information they need. Maybe have some bracelets made up if you can. And again, we know this is hard because all this stuff costs money. You might be surprised how many people be willing to donate their product or donate their time or kind of help out in that way if you ask them. So, getting things like bouncy houses and stuff like that, it's hard to do because we don't want to ask anybody for money. We'd rather ask somebody, a company, if they'd be willing to donate some, and then maybe get people from the community or whatever that wanted to donate to just go straight to that business and say, hey, I'm throwing 50 down on this, or 20 down on it, or whatever it is, because we don't have time for an accountant, nor do we even really want that kind of obstacle or trouble that might bring. So it was just an idea that I had. I think it would be good if you could do that, because then you're bringing the community together for a good event. You're helping out small businesses that might want to show up. They can bring in their advertising. And if you can do it right, it'd be free to everybody in the public. Obviously, you know what I mean? You don't want to try to charge money for parking or something like that to some event that people are just bringing their kids to enjoy the day at. And then even if you have people walking around with flyers and handing them out, and you have a booth that's just kind of got all the information, you can put your banner up or whatever it is, and just get the information out. Even if you have people every hour, whatever it is, or at the beginning and then the end, kind of making it known who you're having this end of summer bash for, like who you are, and get our name out there, and just raise awareness and get information out there. There's so much going on, like behind the scenes. It's so technical and so precise, and people are working so hard that we don't need people necessarily to be fully informed. We just need people to know what's going on, so that as time goes on, we can bring them in, and they're already hip to it. They already know what's going on. So right now, that's all we want to do is raise awareness. Just a thought, if you guys maybe wanted to do that in your community. Nobody the weekend before school is going to want to drive from one side of the state to the other to get a balloon animal or something like that. So maybe your local fairgrounds or whatever it is. Just an idea, just a thought. I think we can open this up for questions if you guys want to do it.
people are asking about what information will be provided. So, because Tommy's talking about having a tent with information. We've mentioned before we are working on something called Patriot Packs. It will have information about United States Liberty Alliance. And there are some people who are working very hard right now on some different flyers of information that will be added into those packets. And when we get them finished, hopefully in the next week, it'll be in PDF format and it will be sent out to all the state leads so that they can send it to their people who are helping organize in their regions, and it can be printed out wherever anyone is, so that that information can be gotten out to all the different states and communities.
Yeah, folks, and don't forget, if you do organize some events where the theme is, I don't know, freedom rally, or defeat the mandates rally, or whatever it is, if you can get in touch with for example, doctors, to go speak at the rallies, um, or again, some victims, or if you can if you can talk to your local sheriff and show up there, also see if you can get some speakers to show up in your rallies. That would also be great. So just throwing that in there as well.
Yeah, I'll say this about the speakers, and this is solely for me. I haven't talked to anybody in this group, so I'll just let you know that this is just my idea that come up right there. Obviously, from the beginning, we've always said that this is not political. All we mean by that is that we are not politically motivated towards a specific candidate or specific party. That's what we mean by that. We are not politically motivated. With that said, if you live in a red community and you can get your red candidate to come and speak, they're going to bring people, right? That's all we want is people, and that allows you to give the information. So it's totally up to you. If you bring somebody from the red, somebody from the blue, whatever it is, that's what you want to do. What you want to do is what you need to do to get people to show up. And if that means, just whatever that means, as long as you're not lying to the people, you're not frauding the people, just understand that if you say I'm having Mr. Red come in to speak, then everybody in your community that supports blue and not red will not be at your event. So keep that in mind. But take that as you will. I think it's a great idea to have speakers that already have followers, speakers that are known in the community, that the community likes, and they're going to bring people to the event. That brings you more people to get the information out to.
So, I thought I was muted. If you want to go into more detail about the list of information that will be provided, you can. If you want to hold off on that until later, we can do that as well. I have the list. Do you want me to do that, or do you want me to hold off on it?
Sorry, I missed.
If you have information, share it.
List
Okay,
of what?
That's what we're about.
The list of stuff that will be in the Patriot Pack, there'll be information on Agenda 2030. There will be information on the political prisoners from J6. There will be information about Bilderberg and why that is important to our mission.
Hey, let me chime in real quick, Tanya. Hey, when you guys see us post these links and stuff like that in these groups, I'll go back again. Do your own research, but I can assure you, if we post it, we have seen it, we have cross-referenced it, and it's probably worth watching. If you really want to get educated and get some knowledge, You see those links get posted, follow up with them. Tanya, go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay. There'll be like an overall informational flyer about these kind of links that we're talking about that we've researched. For example, I'll just go ahead and tell my own personal story. I watched 1 through 10 of Fall of Cabal last year, and I didn't just take it at face value. I went and I stopped on almost every slide in that documentary, and I went and researched it. I spent days upon weeks and researched it. So you may watch it and think this can't be true, but at this point it's not 1 through 10, there's 23 parts and 24 is coming, and it is very true. There may be some parts in there that you still question, and that's okay. But there's a lot of truth in there. And if you really start researching it, and that's what Tommy just said, don't take our word for it. Watch it. And Matt mentioned it earlier too. You find these third-party resources like news articles and all of those things. You can't take those at face value. You have to go and look up the actual where the resource is, the foundation, where it was founded, the person, the people's names, all of those things. So on the pamphlet, some of these links like the Fall of Cabal, the grand jury, talking about the white flag of truce and the law of war manual, the emergency act, or the emergency declaration and the 16 powers that it gives the president. There will be a script or, a page that will help you to introduce what USLA is, since some people are not as inclined as we are to just speak our minds and say what we think. And it's harder to communicate. And I understand that. I've always been able to just talk to a tree if I want to, but but we'll have that in there for you if you need that to help introduce USLA to other family and friends. And then there's also can look up Executive Order 13818A. There will be things like that. And then Roberto, he's going this weekend to the Crimes Against Humanity thing. Likely we will be adding something like that in there. So all of these things that I just listed are already currently being worked on by our teams and our organizers. And again, thank you for what you are doing. So that's the kind of information that will be in those packets, because there's a lot of people in our communities that have never heard of these resources. They're not going to hear it. Even on Facebook, I'm so shadow banned and restricted, they don't see my posts. And just getting the word out there for people to educate themselves on what's really going on. Matt said something months ago. It was from feardom to freedom. There's a lot of people that have been silenced, worn masks for years, not talked to their neighbor, not talked to the people around them. Everyone's walking around in fear. And one of our main goals is to stop that. The education is not for fear. There is an answer. There's an answer. These people that are committing crimes against humanity, it's a real thing. It's not the government. It is citizens, just like you and I, that have to answer for what they are doing. And that's our goal. And if you don't know who they are, then they're not going to be held accountable. So it's our job to educate you on who they are so we can follow through with that.
Hey, real quick, sorry, Roberto, I seen you reach for your mute button. Somebody asked, how is USLA different from Freedom Rally? Lisa or Roberto, I guess, was going to take that. And I also want to say one thing real quick. Guys, listen, just because we're the faces you're seeing on this live doesn't mean shit. You guys are the people. You guys, you take it into your own. We're not here to give guidelines on how to do anything, right? You do whatever you see fit and however you feel like you need to do it in the best way you feel would be for you to communicate to the people that you know and the people around you and the people you're passing at the grocery stores. However you think it is, take it upon yourself. Be a leader in your local communities. Get out there, get that information out there. Don't listen for us to kind of give direction on how to do it or what to do or when to do it or none of that. If you only have one or two pieces of information right now, if you only know about the fall of Cabal and the jury, or you know about Bilderberg, whatever you know, share it, get it out there. However you think you need to get it out there. If you want to print these things off your computer, that's just got kind of a rundown real quick, or however you want to do it, get it out there. Do whatever you feel is necessary for you to be part of it. I mean, that's all any of us can do is what we can do, right? That's all you can do is all you can do. So just keep that in mind. You be a leader. You handle that. Get that information out there. Do what you got to do to raise awareness. I'll pause with that, Roberto, if you want to jump on that difference.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And the other question that Sean asked is very related to Lisa McNeely's question, the one you just mentioned. He asked, how do we go about organizing events, especially if we are not an official leader with the USLA? Here's the thing, folks. If we can piggyback off another organization that has already experienced in doing these rallies and all of that, that's what we are all about. Because at the end of the day, there's a protocol behind hosting events. There's liability involved. There's insurance involved. I'm starting to find that out myself because I have never hosted a rally myself. I will confess right now, but there's always a first time, right? So when I said Freedom Rally, there's a theme behind whatever rally you're holding. It's not necessarily a USLA rally or a 1776 rally or anything like that. It's there has to be, some kind of theme or subject, what you're going to talk about in that rally. So if you can organize a rally yourself, we can also find a local restaurant where we could use a parking lot. Since it's a private property, you don't have to get into all that, all those insurance and all that protocol to be able to hold the rally and not be liable. So a local restaurant, a Harley Davidson dealership, because usually Harley Davidson, like motorcycle dealerships, they're all about freedom and they're all about the Constitution and stuff for the most part. So they will let you use their, especially if you're a biker, they will let you use their facility. So we just have to get creative. I mean, I'm still. Sorry about that. I think I lost reception there. Did I lose reception?
No, you're
Am I
back now, but you look angry as hell when that thing froze, man. You look pissed.
So I'm still planning on hosting that rally, but again, me being out here, it's very difficult for me to, because you have to be present in Miami, and if there's anybody in Miami listening to me and is willing to pick up the slack here, I would appreciate it in trying to find a venue, and doing all the legwork. But especially before primaries, because I believe the primaries in Florida is August 23rd. So again, it's not about making this political, but if we know of representatives that are not doing their job and are voting in a certain way that is against our freedom, it will be a good opportunity to call them out and bring them out and bring it out in these rallies. So so again, you know, the USLA right now is not yet incorporated. Like Lisa was mentioning in the beginning of the call, we want to make sure we start off on the right foot so that this can last a long time. And it goes along with what Tommy always says, that this is a marathon, not a sprint. So we want to start on the right foot. Am I still on? Okay.
Marathon.
You're good, buddy.
Okay. We want to start on the right foot so that this can last a lifetime. So have patience with us. In the meantime, you know, if we can, again, I say again, if we can collaborate with other organizations and other rallies, you know, that's an idea to get the word out as well. I yield the floor.
And I'll just add on to that. I've been doing that in Tennessee, but I also, and I think Matt and I, well, no, I know Matt and I were talking about this, but having someone in each state to go and look up what organizations are having events for the month of whatever. So right now we're in June. Need someone to go look up what events is someone having, or what state is having for the month of July, and therefore in all different districts, and therefore we can put out that list, so whoever is in whatever community, they're not traveling clear across the state or to another state, they can go support their community there. So I have a lot of help in Tennessee, but we still need help. So and I know all these other states do as well, so that's something that we can look forward to in the future as well, because there's so many freedom fighting organizations already out there doing this fight, and we've said that over and over again. So just to collaborate together, and you know, we encourage our people to come to your events, and we show up there, and we cheer you on, and we support you. That's one of the main goals of our organization.
To add to that, I think everybody's got fairs coming up. Oh, Matt. I think everybody's got fairs coming up. You know, I think most people have fairs in August-ish. That's a good place, a good time to kind of get the word out there. I also idea just came to me just because I think it might be fun and probably funny, because you guys that are on here with me know that if you get me talking or you get me to saying stuff, it gets pretty funny sometimes. But maybe at the end of this, if we can have like a blitz question Q&A segment where it's just like, you guys can hit us with whatever questions you want. We just shoot the shit. It can be about this. It can be, you know, anything you guys want to ask questions about. And we can just, whoever chimes in first can answer it. Just what comes off your mind. Keep your answers short to like 1 sentence or 2 sentences, and just see how you can answer it. And I think this probably could get pretty funny and pretty entertaining if you guys wanted to indulge in something like that.
I don't know why he does that. I got to dip out on it last time. Now he's gonna do it again.
Uncle Deuce, you're on my live stream and stuff. You're from Texas. Why haven't you connected with me? I'm calling you out, man. I see you all the time. Unless you're under a different name and I'm just an idiot and didn't know.
Is he on yours also?
Yeah.
Oh, he's on Glory Be too.
Come on, Uncle Deuce. You got to connect with us.
He sent us an email.
All right. We got an email. All right. Thank you, Uncle Deuce. Let's see. Okay, Tommy, give me. Oh, by the way, Tommy, Wes said, let's see. It was pretty funny. Where's he at? He said, Tommy, your new partner kind of a dog. Just saying.
Hey, so Eva asked, give me the definition of shooting the shit. Shooting the shit. Bullshitting with your people. Telling stories. Maybe they're real. Maybe they're bullshit. Y'all never really know. But make them as funny as you can. You just shoot the shit, man.
Tension, lighten the mood, lighten the tension. That's what shooting the shit is, just, to clear the air a little bit from all the tense and the tension, that's going on. So it's a way to let loose, because they don't have to be all serious and shit, man. Like, we're so serious, like 25 hours out of a 24-hour day that, man, we just sometimes need a fucking moment, yo. Give us 20 seconds to laugh and shoot the shit.
You gotta understand, Mac is so intense. I come in for a full day of work. He's like, dude. And he starts telling me all this stuff. I'm like, man, I need to function tomorrow. Like, let's watch some Looney Tunes or something, man. Kick some Looney Tunes. Rick and Morty.
What?
I show my feet. All right. They're going quick.
I'm Rick, bitch.
Lisa,
yeah, real quick. Ronnie asked about USLA being on other platforms. Yes, they absolutely will be. We'll try to post them on the platforms that we're on now. We'll post all the platforms, and we'll keep doing that as we add them, so that hopefully it gets out there to everybody else.
Ronnie,
but it's up to you guys to spread that out to the people that aren't on these platforms. You guys got to be the one. Oh yeah, well you can go to this platform and do it.
Yeah.
If you flip through there, Ronnie, go back in some of there. I put a whole bunch of the comments down there, but we'll try to we'll put a list together, and then we'll just start posting it on every single forum for all the different ones. I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, Tanya says yeah. Let's see. So
listen, I know you guys can ask more questions than that, man. Come on, spit them out here. We'll get this shit going.
Stop, Tommy. Judy said, "Did you want mac and did I eat mac and cheese lately? It's been a few days.
Yeah, it's been a couple days. About time.
It's been a couple days. I actually made real food the other day. I made a Thanksgiving dinner 3 days ago. My favorite. Yep. Better than mac and cheese. We lived off it for like 3 days.
I almost made it yesterday when I cooked, and I was like, nah, I'll just do some rice-a-roni.
What was in your Thanksgiving dinner? I want to know.
So it's a turkey breast, but you flip it upside down, so when it cooks, all the juices run down the meat, and then it's real tender. And then homemade mashed potatoes. I grew up with stovetop stuffing, so somebody made my mom fed me stovetop for like 6 years, and then one day she made like some family recipe. I was like, what the hell is that shit? Green bean casserole, croissant rolls, the cheap American family tradition.
Mashed potatoes and homemade gravy.
Homemade gravy. It's all homemade-ish.
Yeah, in one way or another, it's homemade. Yeah. It's made in a home, so it's cool.
Tommy, where did you get your flag behind you?
So this flag, that's what I was getting ready to ask. Hold on, let me pull it up here. You see it? That flag was actually gifted to me by yours truly, Miss Tanya Dodd, down there in the lower left corner of my screen. I spent a few weeks with her, and she took like 3 sweatshirts, a couple of hoodies, few shirts, and left me with that flag. So
fair trade. This is what they call it. Good trade. Good trade. Come on, Wes. I know you're dying to ask a question. Let's go.
By the way, folks, this is worth mentioning. Paula had been after me for months since we started the convoy back in February. She's been after me to watch a movie from the 90s. Braveheart.
Yes.
I finally saw it last night, folks. If you have not seen that movie, Braveheart with Mel Gibson, I highly recommend it. It's very much related with everything we're doing here. I mean,
Go ahead.
amazing.
Go ahead, man.
It's 3 hours long, but for the 3 hours, I was like that. Like, wow. And I was relating it to everything that's going on now.
Yeah,
And
big time.
that's what it's all about, folks. It's, and Santa has mentioned it. Santa has mentioned it that even if his days are counted, that if his time comes, that he dies a free man no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. It's not, and again, I keep mentioning George Washington, that I'd rather die on my feet than to live on my knees.
Yeah.
Very much related. So I highly recommend Braveheart, folks. I gotta see the Patriot. I think it's called Patriots or the Patriots. So that's my next on my watch list.
Really good. Really good.
By the way, I want to mention a couple of other things if you guys want to be ready to take notes. And these are like small videos from now that I know Scotty has been recommending, which is premise number 3. If you guys have been getting on our Jitsi calls on Mondays and Wednesdays, the 1932 Bonus Army. It's only a 26-minute documentary, but very well worth it. Again, related to what's going on, and it's not a movie. It's an actual event that happened in 1932. 1932 Bonus Army. So I highly recommend you guys watch that. Highly recommend. I started watching Non-Compliant by Chris Ann Hall, which Chris Ann Hall is an attorney from Florida. And she has a Rumble channel and everything. She's on top of everything. She educates on the Constitution, etc. So very strong-willed woman, very knowledgeable with the Constitution. She is a constitutional attorney, so we can learn a lot from her as well. So let me see what else. If I remember, I'll let you guys know. I don't want to take all the time in me trying to think and saying, so I yield the floor.
I'm gonna throw one in there. The Truth About Cancer is an organization, Todd and Charlene Bollinger, but they have Propaganda Exposed, 7 parts. Go look it up.
So Ronnie asked, also you keep saying USLA has no political affiliation. What are your measures to keep the wrong people out? Many groups have had issues with people infiltrating the groups and destroying them. I tell you what, we have different than other groups. A few things, and everybody else can chime in too if they want to. One, the people you're looking at on the screen have been working very, very close together for months at this point. Somebody couldn't come between us if they wanted to. Another thing we've got going for us, we're not out here driving around cities. We're not out here throwing parties. We're not out here getting rallies together, showing up, protesting, doing things like that. So, like, if somebody wants to come to my house and try to be like, whatever crazy shit, I enjoy the entertainment, and you know what I mean. So we don't really worry too much about that. It happens though. There's going to be people. You'll see people hit the chats that are just like naysayers, and they just try to do some other bullshit. It's going to happen. We're fighting for their freedom too. We're fighting for them to be able to be assholes and to if they want to live in a communist country, we will accept donations on their behalf to fly them to the communist country that they want to go to. If they would like to do that, we will accept donations for that if people want to be communists. But other than that, we're just not. And that again brings us back to kind of slowing down, building our groups. Shelly is a lead in Kentucky, and she's solid, man. The people that she just brought in, I think a dozen more people that she knows personally, that she has been working with in her prepper skills and just her off-grid living skills. They've been working together personally. So that group there is solid. We've got, man, just so many people around the states that we've been working real close to, and since we make ourselves available, when somebody like tries to throw a wrench in something, and it happens probably every day. I think you guys probably get phone calls or texts about it too. When people try to throw a wrench in there, they try to take something different. It's kind of hard because we're easy to get a hold of. So all somebody has to do is say, "Hey, man, so and so said this was going on. Are you guys are doing that?" No, absolutely not. And if people really want to push that hard, we'll just go live. We'll just go live. You'll see all of us. We'll squash it right there. That's not what we're doing. And you got to keep in mind, people can say this is going to happen or this isn't going to happen or whatever it is. But then when the day comes that they're proven wrong, everything they say goes out the window after that, and it don't matter. We don't get affected by idiots. We don't pay attention to people that are against us, that are trying to, keep us down or kind of keep us quiet. We don't even give a shit about them people. Listen, I live by a motto, and it's failure is not an option. That's a motto that a real good friend of mine a few years back, we were in a real tight situation, a shitty spot in life. And we decided that, we weren't going to be in those kind of spots no more. And, we promised to each other right then on that day that just failure was no longer an option in our lives. If we decide that we're going to take something on, we'll sit back, we'll think about it. Or is this really what we want to commit to? And then once we do that, man, failure is not an option no more after that. And if anybody comes at us that tries to introduce failure or tries to derail us or sidetrack us or get us off course, it just don't happen, man.
Yeah.
Failure is not an option, and infiltrators can't step on our toes.
We've already been down that road for months.
Definitely right.
So, and when it happens, we just turn our head and go the direction that we've been planning on going.
Well,
So,
in my house, the main slogan, especially when I had my nephew living with me for a year, I had a note on the door before he would leave every day, and I'm like, there are no excuses in this house, only solutions.
So just to touch on the measures that we take to keep people out, to keep the bad actors out of our organization and keep them from infiltrating us. I almost relish when people want to try to infiltrate, because that's something that, like, I take pride in, because to get through me, I'm a firewall. So to get past me, to infiltrate the group, it's going to be very hard. I do my due diligence, and this group, we have a massive amount of common sense and wherewithal when it comes to knowing who to let into our organization and who not. And we're very quick to remove that abscess if it does infiltrate and try to grow onto us. Because we have that wherewithal, we have that common sense, and we have that sense of urgency, and we're quick to adapt.
We're pretty tight. I think that there's a lot of things we can be thankful for TPC for. The biggest thing is that it brought us all together, gave us time to work with each other, learn how to trust each other, go through the ins and outs of things. I looked at Matt one day and just said, man, right toward the end of our stint in California, I said, what if this is just the training ground, the proving grounds for us right now to get us ready and together? And, TPC brought an amazing momentum with things and good things and bad things. I mean, we're learning from, their strengths and their weaknesses. One of their weaknesses, unfortunately, they started something grand. They didn't have the structure intact in order to sustain it. That's how it went. We aren't just looking to sustain this for a lifetime, as Roberto said. We're looking at generations, because you will always have a fight for freedom. Freedom requires vigilance, and we need to be here to maintain that freedom and our liberties here. And that is generations. I mean, some people brought up Ronald Reagan in the chat on 1969 to Wallace. I mean, Ronald Reagan had a lot to say about stuff like that. He said freedom is only one generation away from being lost. We are at our generation We are going to lose it if we don't save it now. We can all see that in the younger generation. Not that they're bad kids or anything, but they've worked very hard to.
Yeah, they are. They're all little badass little kids. Don't let her lie, little badass.
That's a
little
lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
I ain't
They
lying.
work hard.
Badass little kids.
Shut up, Tommy.
Even my kids, little badass little kids.
So, you know, we see, I mean, there's, you know, obviously that's kind of why we're pulling back the reins too. We need to be strong. We need to be solid. When you take on, when we started putting the states together, Tommy, Tanya know this, Roberto knows this, Matt knows it to an extent because he came on a few weeks after we started pulling the states. You're pulling so many people in so quick. You don't know who the hell is who. You don't know what their intentions are. And then all of a sudden, you know, their ugly face rears its head to infiltrate and destroy, and you've just lost 7 to 10 days worth of work because someone else, I'm not even going to say, but somebody else pushed the button and cut something off, and then, you know, we might have had 30 states going, and after that button got pushed because of those bad actors, we had like 6 states going. We had to all group together. Tommy knows there was like 28, 30 of us on some angry phone call trying to pull this thing together. You know, this wasn't all TPC. TPC pulled the national together. They did a great job. They just they left the states to us, and that's what we did. We pulled these states together. We worked tirelessly. 3 a.m. meetings. Hey man, I've been up for like 22 hours, dude. I think I need to go to sleep now. You know, get back up, go back to work. I mean, 3 weeks straight we did this. So the good news is that we have some time to really build this. We can filter through people. I don't have any mods on my YouTube. Maybe one day I'll need someone on there. But to be honest with you, I have no desire to kick anyone off there. As long as it's not like porn or something, you know, terroristy crazy. And that's not DHS definition. That's reality definition. I don't care. I don't care if you know, I have guys that get on there and they just push the A button all day. So the letter of the day on my YouTube stream is A. You know, they'll push the number 6. So then that day it's the number 6. I don't care, you know. I mean, if we're gonna, I mean, let's get down to it. If you're gonna stand by the principles of free speech and freedom, then whether you agree or not with that person, they still have a right to be on there and speak their mind. I mean, that's why I love Wes. Wes sometimes goes into left field, I think, but he still has a right to say it. I don't have anyone on there pushing porn or any, you know, anything morally wrong, I guess, or ethically wrong. But I can disagree with people. You know, I've turned a couple people because I've just let them speak. People just want to be fucking heard. Whether they have, you think they have something important to say or not, they still have a right to be heard. And if you give them the time to let them speak and to hear them on an average, they appreciate that. And then you can have a conversation. But they've spent so much time convincing us that if you disagree, you just got to shut them down, shut them down, shut them down. That's wrong. That's wrong. And I'm not going to do it. So we have people that are bad actors, and we usually weed them out pretty quick. We have people that disagree with us, and we take time to hear what they disagree about. We take time to listen to their discussion. We take time to have a civil discourse with them. That's what this country's about. If we can't have a civil discourse, then we're not really promoting freedom and liberty, are we? So you got to stand by your principles. If you stand by your principle of freedom of speech, then whether that person agrees or not, they still have a right to speak, and you must let them. Otherwise, you're being a hypocrite, and I'm fucking tired of hypocrites. It's just like Facebook. I don't like Facebook. Yes, I want to get off Facebook. But the reality of it is that there's a lot of people on there that are just accustomed to utilizing Facebook. And let's face it, people are habitual creatures. That's why we're in the fucking mess we're in, because we got caught into habits and comfort zones and different things. And if we want to change it, we have to live by those principles we're trying to change. It's like AOC. We all know who AOC is. She's my least favorite person most of the time because she wants to dictate, oh, we should be saving the environment. We should be doing this. And she's a democratic socialist, which, by the way, there's a difference between democratic socialist and social democracy. We're putting a dictionary out soon on that.
And that's going to be on the website with key terms and definitions.
We're putting a dictionary out of proper definitions for words so people understand. But that I digress. Anyway, AOC, they're like, well, you fly everywhere and you have this nice car, and she's like, well, I have to live in the world. No, you don't, bitch. You can live by your principles. If you want to save the world, take the fucking train every day. Ride your fucking bike. Like, don't act like you're above anyone else, you little waitress bartender from the fucking, where is she, Queens? Bronx? Queens? And I get pissed at her because I'm like, you know what? For someone that has a supposed economics degree, she sure doesn't know shit about it. And what are you doing with an economics degree in New York City, the capital of the fucking economic world, and not have a job in an economic job? Seriously. I know I'm tripping over my words right now, but you know what I mean. It just makes me mad. I have a degree in finance and economics. If I want to go get a job doing that, I can. You obviously aren't that good at it if you're waitressing in the fucking Queens.
What is it? Well,
I had to get it out. I'm sure it's going to be all over Facebook now. Lisa the mayor hates AOC.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know what AOC is, so don't feel bad for people out there who don't know what the hell it is either, because I don't either.
Hey, she looks like a drowning rat.
Then she went to Florida to get away from all the COVID shit and came back with COVID. I think
Good job,
she was
Roberto.
triple-vaxxed. I didn't mean to go off on
Uncle
that tangent,
Deuce.
but yeah, she pisses me off.
Spread it all out. Spread it.
Uncle Deuce said something about the letter agencies have a lot of funding and practice, bro. The people they have, trained people matter. I don't know who that was directed at. Hey, man, them alphabet boys, they've been following me my whole life, man. I take 3 right turns. You know what I mean? Like, they're there, man. They're on my phone. They're on my, they're there, man. It is what it is. Like, we ain't doing nothing crazy. We're not fucking, it is what it is, man. You can't worry about the shit that you can't control. I mean, I look at it like this. I pay my taxes. So, fuck yeah, I want to hang out with them little bastard motherfuckers. Fuck them dudes. I ain't worried about them. I don't sweat. Hey, remember this in life. If you don't remember nothing else I say, don't sweat the petty stuff. Pet the sweaty stuff.
Michael's got a joke. Was AOC and a shit truck having common? They're both full of shit. Okay, Michael. That's, yeah. OC, prime example, hypocrite. Yeah, Jackie, I just sent you something. Please reach out to me. I mean, I'm happy to have a link mod that would save me, but I don't cut anybody off. Like, I just don't. I haven't seen the need to. I go back to the whole free speech thing. Just because we don't agree doesn't mean I'm gonna cut you off. So as long as you're not sporting like the porn links and stuff, we're good to go. West knows.
Hey.
He hasn't been banned yet.
Jim, GEM, whatever they said they just came back from the Peace Bridge. I asked them how it was. They said Peace Bridge was amazing. We sang, we hugged, we prayed, we cried. Rudy and Andrew Giuliani were also at a park down the streets for a rally. Somebody just knocked that away.
Nice.
Down the street for a rally too. Slowly getting streams up. I love this group Zoom. Thanks for the love. We're growing to enjoy it as well. It's probably one of the funner, more relaxed Zoom meetings that we have, because when we come into these meetings, we already know. But we don't know what we're going to say, but we know that we know what we're going to say. Like, you know what I mean? We're comfortable with what we're saying. And the other ones, we're just going in, like, people are throwing new shit at us. And while we're having a conversation with you, we're texting to other people. Do you guys check this out? See what this is. Like, we're cross-referencing people while we're on the phone with them. This one, I mean, look at Roberto, man. I think he's laid up in a sleeping bag. Shit, I don't even think he's paying attention. What you reading, Dances with Wolves or something, man? Book on tape?
No, I'm answering and going through the live chat.
Yeah.
Fucking Wes, dude. Wes just said, PLM, porn lives matter too. You say, wait, what? No porn at all? I think Wes is secretly trying to figure out what his boundaries are to he can get kicked out.
Hey, somebody who was at, hold on, now this, like, close your ears if you don't want to hear like really crazy shit. Somebody asked what Cloud Hub was, and what came to mind, and you guys know how my mind works. So I'm gonna say it. I thought about it. I've been thinking about it since it's been posted or not. It's kind of like Pornhub without
easy.
the
We're on
pussies.
YouTube. We're on YouTube and Facebook. Don't give me a strike.
I didn't cuss. I just said it's like Pornhub without the pussy.
He already got it.
Dear Abby. Oh, Sean says you're reading Dear Abby articles, Roberta.
What? Sean said, can you say that again? I don't know what he's talking about.
It's past 10. It's past 10 o'clock, so we could consider this like after dark. So there shouldn't be any kids listening.
Should we see what the G's are up to? We should go invite the G's. Wait, let me see. I think I can invite them. Oh, Disco Potato said I'm mouthy, but he likes me. I don't think anyone's ever called me mouthy. Sean's got a lock on the G's. He says they already went to bed.
Yeah, you kids
We
should be
stay up
asleep.
late around here, late.
Okay, so Michael, if you can't see the similarities between 1939 Germany and led up to World War II and what is going on, you failed history class. Michael is referring to the Weimar Republic, everybody. The Weimar Republic, that's what occurred after World War I into World War II. It actually collapsed the entire financial system of Germany. That was one of the main points with hyperinflation, to the point where there is a joke regarding the Weimar Republic. The joke is people would literally take laundry baskets full of money to go buy food. And it would be so big, if they left it on the sidewalk, people would dump the money and steal the basket because it was worth more. That is how Hitler appealed to to the nation of Germany. That was a big part of it, because they were just destitute. So, Michael has an excellent point. Maybe we need to do an education on the Weimar Republic. It's been creeping that way. I actually knew about the Weimar Republic in 2009 after the 2008 recession, because it came up in discussion and I started reading a little bit about it. Although the person I heard it from is about 13 or 14 years ahead of their time, I think. So I'm seeing it all play out right now. We all are. Hyperinflation. But remember, I made this point yesterday on a live. This isn't overnight. This whole inflation thing is not overnight. You need to go back to 2008 and 2009 when they started propping up the economy using quantitative easing, using other economical fashions, lowering the interest rate to almost zero. Those are the two big factors. This isn't overnight. They've been propping it up for 14 years. If I did my math right. This is what we're seeing. This is the consequence of 14 years of propping up the economy. You have Keynesian economics, which believes the government can control the economy based on what they decide to do. And then you have Adam Smith, and you have, why can't I think of it right now? His economics, which is an invisible hand. You're watching the invisible hand come through and wipe out propping up the government. And unfortunately, it's going to be really bad before it reaches an equilibrium, because they shoved it up so high, it's got to drop super low. So that goes into the other thing that we try to promote. Get your food, work with your neighbors, talk to them. Maybe you guys grow tomatoes and your neighbors grow corn and your other neighbors grow potatoes.
Get some friends in the country.
Get some country friends, because you're probably gonna have to move to the country soon.
Yeah.
Go buy an extra flat of vegetables when they're on sale. If they're on sale for 30, 40 cents a can, go buy a couple extra flats of vegetables, 12 cans. Start stocking up that way. If you live in the city, start putting your water together. Go get some colloidal silver. Silver is a natural antibacterial. You can put it in your water. It will keep your water fresh. If you need to put a very minute amount of bleach in your water, you can do that to keep it that way. But before you drink it, undo the cap. Chlorine, at a certain temperature, room temperature, it'll come out of the water as a gas, and then it will leave the water. So you won't be drinking the chlorine, but it will keep your water safe while you're storing it. Life straw. Tommy's got life straw. That's a good one. Stockpile what cash you can, because it's going to be what?
This cleans, this life straw, this right here, size of my hand, maybe a little bit bigger. You can go to Walmart. I think they got them for just under $20 a piece. Amazon, you can usually find them. As much as I hate Amazon, they do have good deals, and I'm just a broke ass white dude, I'll be honest with you. So I take advantage of deals. But Amazon, you can usually get them 2 for $20. Each one of these life straws, life straw, each one of these will purify and decontaminate 100,000 gallons of water. One of these, 100,000 gallons. That means I keep one of the, I've got several of them. I keep one on me, I mean, almost all the time. If I'm going anywhere that there's a possibility some bullshit's going to happen, I keep one, because it doesn't matter where you're at. If you need to get water, you stick the end in there, get you a drink, and you can at least survive for a couple of days and figure out your next plan. I highly recommend getting these life straws. The Berkeley's, you can get portable ones. I've got one. It's a gallon. It's small. It comes in a box this big. It comes with a gallon bag, foldable bag, so you can scoop water out of a stream or whatever it is, and you hang it up. And that one actually purifies 1 million gallons of water and turns it into drinking water. You swoop down in a puddle on the side of the street, wherever you find the water, it'll purify and make it drinking water. 1 million gallons, 1 gallon at a time.
Okay,
so
stop.
Look into those. Those are like $60 a piece, I think. But check into those must-haves.
Hang on a second. So I want to address something really important. Mima Flowers is in here. She's on my live stream. When I started talking about all that, she said, "Stop scaring people now. I'm elderly and no one, and live alone, isolated. Glad everyone's strong. You can move." Mima, reach out to any of us. We are here for you. This isn't about, she said, "I forgot, forgive, no one cares about the elderly anymore." Yes, we care about the elderly a lot.
Yeah, we do.
Like, I have, people accuse me of having...
Without elderly, we don't have the knowledge that we have. You guys are very important to us.
We care about
you
the
guys
elderly,
have
so
skill
I'm
sets
just...
in trades that we just don't have, man.
Well, exactly.
Like, I'm still yet to find a woman my age that can quilt a blanket or make me a pair of blue jeans. They're just lost trades, man.
Reach out to us. If you want to leave your number, or you want to leave a way for me to get a hold of you, reach out to us. Like, I'm accused all the time for running a house for the elderly. Like, all the old people live with me all the time. I go and collect them and they stay with me. So, we're here for you. We don't know what state you're in. You let us know where you're at. We will hook you up with people that will be there for you. We are all about taking care of our elderly. I apologize if you feel like you've been left out. I apologize. You are not left out. We are here for you. And we're just trying to get the message out, to talk to your neighbors, get to know your neighbors, because if you are able to talk to your neighbors, then you've got your neighbors looking out for you too. But please reach out to us. I don't know if you email. I don't know. You obviously do some, YouTube. So if you want to can you private message on YouTube? See how stupid I am about YouTube? comment something. I mean, we're here for you. Don't think you're left out. You're not alone. There's plenty of people on here too. If they know you need anything, I'm sure they will reach out to you as well. We're all in this together, whether we're 5 or 95 or 100, it doesn't matter. So I just want to make sure you understood you are not alone. If you need help, we'll help you.
We respect that generation, and I know there were jokes earlier, but the younger generation, we need you too. So this is not just about
this
us.
Is everybody.
Everybody
come together.
Wes said, stock up on hoodies if Tanya is coming to visit. Michael went back to 1913, the restart of the Federal Reserve in the events of Nixon taking us off the gold standard. Yes, that's part of it as well. I mean, there's a lot of things you can look at. I agree. I also had this conversation with someone last night on the live stream with, I think, Diego TV. I said that something you do have to realize is even though we got pulled off the gold standard, I have very mixed feelings about it because you have to remember a gold standard or silver standard, it is a finite amount of material. So if every dollar is backed by the gold and the silver standard, the economy can only grow based on what's pulled out of the ground. So when they did take it out and they went over to a fiat system, which was obtaining debt and growing debt, that actually allowed the U.S. economy to grow exponentially like it has. So it's a trade. It's a trade. I'm not against the gold standard in any way. I think actually at this point we should probably, go back to it. But it is a trade. It's the same with private property rights. If you go back to, that was the lure of this country was back in England, the UK, I mean, there was no property rights. That's why you constantly had that class system of serfs, and then you had the lords and all that because the property was handed down through generations. Nobody could own property. That's what the lure was for people coming over to the United States for the first time in their lives. They had an opportunity to own property. That's also how people were able to become, build fortunes and things. They all of a sudden had something to trade as leverage to grow themselves. That's partly why Africa for the longest time was a third world country. They don't have property rights in some places. They didn't for a very long time. That is the biggest reason, in my opinion, why in 2030 you'll own nothing and be happy. They are looking to take away your property rights. If you have no property rights, you have no leverage to own anything. You have no leverage to put it up to grow anything. That's a key. That's a big key. Roberto in Florida, they were trading in the early 1900s before the Great Depression. They were trading properties so fucking fast that they weren't getting the titles transferred and stuff like that because there was a property boom. And that actually, I read a whole thing on it in economics class. That actually led to the Great Depression, and I was like, oh my gosh, because I was in the university in 2008 when it crashed, and it crashed for the same damn reason as what happened just before the Great Depression with the Florida land boom. It was eye-opening to me. Most people didn't know that. I didn't know that. So anyway,
I would like to go deeper into that discussion maybe in our next live.
Hey, I just want to put this out there. Everybody has their own prepper, whatever, man. Everybody's got their own ideas on how they do things. We'll go back to the old saying, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Always be open to other people's ideas and what other people are doing. When I train people, I show them the right way to do something. I show them how it needs to be done. And then I also show them how I do it, what's comfortable for me, what's easiest for me, and what's, what benefits me the most. Just take all the information you got and figure out what's best for you. I'm very mobile. I'm always moving, always on the go. The best thing for me is to carry a life straw in my glove box, in my backpack, in my bug out bag. That's the best way for me to do it. If the best way for you to do it is to carry you a bottle iodine or whatever else you use to clean your water, tablets, whatever works for you. At the end of the day, as long as you've got clean drinking water, you won. You're a winner. And that goes for everything else in life. As long as you succeed and accomplish your mission, it doesn't really matter how you got there. You know what I mean? As long as you did it the way you did it. So just because somebody doesn't do something the way that you do it, keep your ears open, man. Be open. Be open-minded. Hear what other people have to say. And if you're one of those people that are just like real, you just real set in your ways, and you don't want to, give any leeway, or you don't want to act like you're listening, man, sit in the corner and face the wall, but keep your ear open. When nobody's watching, go try that shit out, man. It might be easier for you to do it that way. If you don't like it, you don't like it. You still save face because you still get to go back with your mean ass look, and you can still say my shit's better. It don't matter, man. Just don't fight with each other. Be open-minded. Listen to what somebody's got to say. You might learn something. You might be able to teach them something. It goes both ways. But if everybody's open-minded, it can continue to do that, and then nobody's fighting, and everybody's just learning from each other, and you're better off of it. I know a person that is all into this. I mentioned her name earlier. I won't mention it again because this is funny. But her group of people, they get together and they have like full-on invasion drills where they will try to defend themselves. They all have paintball guns. They try to defend their territory, their house, or whatever it is. And if you ever figure out who it is, she'll tell you the first time they come in, and these are their friends. The first time they come in with their paintball guns, and they're trying to take over her house, they was smoked in like a matter of minutes. But it's all right because they got the experience, and they know what not to do in the future. And if you can get you a group of people like that together, man, that's a beautiful thing. But you'll never do it if you keep your ears closed and your mouth open. But you'll always do it if you keep your mouth closed and your ears open. Just keep that in mind.
Folks, just a quick, a quick whatever. Folks, going back to preparation packages or whatnot. Go to the number 4patriots.com. 4patriots.com, and they do have that life straw. They have a lot of things to prepare for the zombie apocalypse.
Hey, we got like some crazy.
Oh no.
Our school lady in Washington. I'm not gonna say her name, but you all know what I'm talking about. She like popped on.
She says we got a message from Q.
She said USLA has a message from Q. What? We're trying to get some more info here, man.
You probably shouldn't put that on our live
I don't know
stream.
why you would want to know anything about us or send us messages. We're just some crazy people talking about liberty and freedom, That's crazy.
They know a lot of stuff. We've been talking about research and development. That's all they do. So,
Hey, Eva, I believe, asked me what kind of training I do. Nothing specific. I'm not like a trainer. There's nothing I specifically do. When I train people, I have trained people in different things. I've taught many classes, just a variety of different kind of classes. I taught an EI class, which is emotional intelligence. I've taught planet awareness, planet health, economic classes. I've just taught a bunch of different classes. I've also helped train people how to drive trucks. But any knowledge that I have that somebody is willing to say, hey, can you teach me what you know? That's what I'm referring to. That's just how I do it. That's so training specifically as a title. I'm not although I have held that position before. I wasn't referring to nothing specific. I just share my knowledge and I teach people when they ask. Um, when they ask me to teach them something that I know, and I think most I get very good responses, and most of the people that ask me for knowledge will tell you that that's just the way I do it. I show you the way that it should be done. I show you the way that I do it. I'll show you the way that I've seen other people do it, and let people know that, don't get hung up on trying to do it exactly the way that I do it, because the exact way that I do it might not be the easiest or the best way for you to do it. So just find out what's best for you and works best for you, and run it like that. That's all I was referring to.
What we got here? Oh, who was it? Sean.
Damn, y'all's color of walls are the exact same color. Who just said that? Lamont Sherry? Same color.
They're close.
Like color swatches. You get just color swatch. You guys got vanilla peach. Both y'all do on your wall.
Vanilla peach. What are you, gay? I wouldn't even said vanilla peach, dude. Tommy's feminine side's coming out right now. I'm like, it's white, dude.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, I'm a rom-com kind of movie guy.
Here we go. Lisa the Mayor, anti-gay. No, Lisa the Mayor is sick of being PC. That's what it is.
I don't have nothing wrong with you being gay. Just get it out of my face.
I don't know.
Hey, Bam, I never worked out. I never did 2 summers doing LDS, but I did in high school do 2 summers of LSD.
Well, I'm going to put this out there. We are not anti-gay, but we are putting transgender crap in front of kids' faces.
Leave the kids alone. Let them
alone.
grow up. Stop robbing them of their innocence. That's the biggest thing for me. Stop robbing these kids of their innocence. They don't need to know about all that stuff. They don't need to know about sex education at 2nd grade, and let them grow up. That's my biggest thing. I mean, I have people in my family that are gay, lesbian, transgender. I mean, I'm not gonna get into who all it is, but I mean, I don't care. I really don't. You do you. You're 18. You make your own decisions. You live your life. That's
as a
your own
former
agency.
Teacher that will not go back because of what's being taught in the schools, the only thing teachers should be teaching the students is to protect their bodies. That's it.
Yeah.
It goes that far. So, and if there's any other kind of education they need, it needs to go from the parents.
Yeah, it needs to come from the parent. I mean, that's the great debate too. Like, these parents are failing their children at the same time, and it's just like I mean, if you really want to get into a heated discussion, like, my personal opinion, I'm all for the government offering birth control or those IUDs for free, because guess what? Abortion shouldn't be the consequence of you not being able to keep your legs closed. Period. That's on you. That's not on the fucking government. Sorry, had to speak my piece. So I'm like, why can't we just offer free birth control? Not this bullshit they talk about, oh, nobody can afford it. It was like $6 at Walmart. Just be responsible. Have some personal responsibility. But I digress. And what happens when I'm up for like 2 days?
We'll get hammered with the 1% that deals with molestation and rape and all that, but that's 1%.
That's a different conversation.
It's a different conversation.
That's a different conversation. Like, you're trying to lump it all into one, and it's not. It's a different conversation. And if you want to go on to a different tactic on that too, it's like I understand, but maybe that child was supposed to be born and it's going to be a beautiful child. Like, you just have to get over your emotions of it. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. That's a hard topic to conversate about.
Thank God I have my son. I was not ready, and I was not ready, but I knew that was the choice that I was going to make. And God's made a way his entire life. So he can do it for anyone else.
I mean, my mom. You want to get down to it? My mom had a tubal ligation. She didn't want to have 3 kids. She was done it too. She had a tubal ligation. For whatever reason, they were in between the whole science of doing it one way and doing it a different way, and they did it like the old-fashioned way or whatever. And I guess it's like a 99% chance of success rate that you won't get pregnant. And I just slipped on by like 9-10 months later. You know, I mean, I wasn't supposed to be born. I can see why now to an extent, but you know, I was just supposed to be here. I guess God wanted me here. That's the way it goes. But I tell you this, and I love my mother, I really do, but I can tell how much she didn't want to have a 3rd kid sometimes. And, you know, and people get that way. But I'm sorry, like, children are precious. They're a gift. It's not their fault. It's not their fault someone made decisions or did bad things. You can't impress the evil that was done to you upon them, you know, or not fair. I mean, my mom, none of that stuff happened to her, but she just didn't want to have a 3rd kid. So, you know, so her emotions overrode that, and I bore some of that. I'm sure it'll get to her at some point, and I'll tell it straight to her face too. Like, I know you didn't want to have a 3rd kid, the stories you told me, and that's okay. She appreciates me now, but that's a whole nother discussion for another day too. Because, you know, I take care of my people, and she knows it. So, but I'm going to Sean, just so you know, Sean, I am LDS as well. I am not a very pious LDS at times, but I am, and I keep telling people, man, LDS is one of the biggest farmland owners in the world. And I kind of have been making a joke lately because they went up against Bill Gates for 100,000 acres in Idaho, I think, off a river.
Don't
and
bring him up.
outbid them. And so I keep telling people lately, I'm like, don't you worry. The Mormons are gonna save the world. They own dairies, they own farmland, they are able to manufacture like anything they need. They have canneries around the world. You can go to a cannery and you can can your food there. They have bishop storehouses. You know, if you don't have money, you know, and you go talk to the bishop, they will help you get through. But the church is all about self-reliance. Every 6 months they have, it's either 6 months to a year, they have a fair. And the fair like has all these different booths about how to prep your food or how to store your food or different ways. Like I brought it up see, it's like a parallel freaking live stream right now. You know, you can substitute white beans as butter and make food with it without having butter. Like this one lady made fudge with white bean fudge. It was delicious. Like there are just, I mean, they're amazing people. I wasn't raised in it. I converted to it, but the story about them is incredible, and there's a lot of stigma involved with it with people. But, you know, the LDS, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is the only religion to ever have an extermination order put out on them. The governor of Missouri did it. So imagine it's 1800s, you're living in a country that you're supposed to have these freedom and liberties, which it's always been a battle with us. And the governor of Missouri puts out an extermination order on you because of your belief system. They've been through a lot. So,
that shows show you how God's real.
Yeah, before, you know, a lot of people have a lot of stigma with them. Before you go just talking bad about the LDS, you might want to just go check them out. Just get to know them. I mean, that's what we're about, just trying to research things and get to know areas that we're not informed on. Otherwise, let's see. Bam Bam, Lisa's grandparents have known the whole time. You don't have to be LDS to have knowledge of always. No, you don't have to have knowledge of LDS knowledge. They just put a lot more concentration in it than some people. Do your thing. If you don't like LDS, that's cool. You find a Christian denomination that works for you, right on. You don't believe in God, that's cool too. We're all in the same boat, man. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't have to believe in God to know
every one of us here in this room right now has a different kind of faith per se. So, just because we believe differently does not mean we can't come together to help one another.
Right. And that's what we need, is the unity and not the division. It's okay. That's the whole beauty of the country, is for us to be able to be different, have different thoughts, have different beliefs, have different ways we do things. But we still have the fundamental context of having that compass. Do unto your neighbor as you would have your neighbor do unto you. That is not just a Christian belief. That is just a fundamental societal guideline we need to live by. So, B Taco Joe told me today he won't be able to come back this time. I don't know who that is, man. I'm sorry. So, there's my preaching for the day. I'm sorry. I've been preaching today.
God's real. Sorry. I'm not sorry. Oh, I offend all the ones who don't believe. I'm so sorry. No, I'm not sorry. Just the way it is. We all have different thoughts, different opinions, and we can agree to disagree and still live life together. Go figure. It's possible.
Somebody said earlier in the live stream a way back, was talking about how did the flag become a racist symbol, and I was trying to address that, but I could only type so fast. I do want to bring that up though. Y'all need to understand, it's not. It was made into that by the other side, because if they take away our foundations, like our flag, our culture, our American culture, not white culture, black culture, it's culture. It's all American. Roberto, Cuban culture. But you blended into this United States, America, and we have an American culture. If you take away the foundation of that culture, then what brings us together under that flag, watching fireworks, all the things that most of us have done most of our lives together, black, white, brown, whatever color, and integrated into this culture, then you don't have an identity. And that's what they've done, is they've tried to make everything that was the American culture racist or bad or negative, so they can rip away our identity and our foundation and our unity and separate us and make us divisive against each other. Because as long as we're infighting, as Abraham Lincoln said, united we stand, divided we fall. That's what they're doing. This isn't about we can do all kinds of non-PC shit today. This isn't about, being oppressed because you're black and the white man is oppressing you. It's not about that. They're just trying to make you think that. I'm not saying there's not bad people out there that are racist. You're going to have that in everything. But in general, as a whole, we are not. We are very accepting as a country. Very accepting. I mean, there's people being thrown off of roofs in the Middle East for being gay. If you're out and the gay community is out there celebrating this, I mean, good Lord, they have Pride Month right now. I don't see anyone being thrown off a roof. So it's all about perspective too, man. Like, I think, this is probably one of the least oppressed countries in the world, guaranteed. That doesn't mean there isn't wrong things going on. There isn't people that try to judge you by the color of your skin. That's just human nature at times. I mean, nobody's perfect, and some are more on one side than the other. But I'm truly against trying to teach kids to hate, because I'm telling you, growing up in the 90s, we all got along. We were all into each other's different cultures. We were checking out, like I had 90s rap playing the other day in my truck for the last few weeks, and one of the guys that works for me, he's black kid, he's awesome. But I had it on, he's like, "What are you doing, Miss Lisa? Are you jamming out?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, that's the stuff we were all into in the late 90s. We didn't see either one. Look, Universal Life Church. Yeah, I know where you got that. Somebody asked what you missed about the 90s. I said that we didn't see color, man. we just all got along really well. That doesn't mean there wasn't parts of the populace that didn't get along, but I just think like it really didn't bulk up to this division until about 2008 when they started just going, oh this and oh that, and but that's what they want. We were getting along too well. It's frustrating. Bob Williams. Tommy, I know where you got that. I got that too, because I was bored. He has the Universal Life Ministries. That's how he was able to officiate. Are you going to bed, Tommy?
Yeah, right. Okay. It's 11 o'clock. I still got to check on my pool and shit. I'm not even halfway through my day yet.
The night has just begun for Tommy.
Yeah, man. It just started.
Lolo.
No, somebody else was saying that they was going to bed, so I
Oh, damn, yeah.
was just telling them good night.
That's what Lolo says. That's called white privilege.
She's talking about, I don't know, because I didn't wear a shirt earlier on my live stream, or because I said thank God for freedom. Either one of those things, she's calling white privilege. Are we ever going to grow up?
Is she
Like,
just
seriously?
joking?
No, she was on my live stream earlier. I don't know if she's joking or she thinks she's funny. But I mean, if you're going to sit there behind a keyboard and talk about white privilege, I mean, this isn't funny. I'm so over white privilege and this white, black, brown bullshit.
What
like,
did you say?
If you like color so much, go grab yourself a box of crayons and go color.
Oh, speaking of which, Crayola came out with the colors of the world, just so you know. Came out like 6-8 months ago, the colors of the world. Guess what color is not in there? I noticed it too. I was like, really? You could buy a 64 box of crayons and white's always in there, and then the colors of the world has no white. I just found that entertaining, to say the least.
Telling you, this critical race theory has taken over the world, and it roots in Marxism. So
yeah, it does. I mean, get a book, read Karl Marx. That's exactly what it is. If you don't understand Karl Marx, he's evil. Go read him up. That's exactly what's going on. You're right, Tanya, it's Marxism. You have to have an oppressed and an oppressor in order to bring a society down.
Someone asked our beliefs. I clicked out of there. I was born and raised in church. My grandfather built the church that I grew up in. I went my own way, and there were many times that I was lost, but the handful of times that I can say that I was about to die, God showed up. So that's how I know God's real for me. And that's my belief. And, you know, it doesn't matter what anyone says. In my 42 years of life I've experienced, I know for me, God is real. And I can't keep going without my faith. So I'll leave it at that, since there's been comments made about saying thank God. But I have friends of every kind of religion, and people that are agnostic, people that, you know, I grew up even with Satan worshipers that I love to this day. They may not still believe that way, but they certainly practiced it in those years. So it's, again, love everyone. Don't love evil. That's my answer to that question. Hey, Chris, you are late to the party.
Sean said that a song came to his mind. We are the world. Since we're talking about this and all of that, you know, and I
Who's that?
remember.
Michael Jackson.
Hmm.
Actually, it was a whole bunch of singers and artists that got together and made that song.
It was like 80,
Uh,
84. It was like Feed the World or something like that.
we are the world.
No, but it was like the Feed the World something they got together on. Somebody's gonna have
Yeah,
it.
like the United Way. The United Way was real. It was real. Like they were like pushing to donate to the United Way and trying to create that awareness that we got to help out, overseas. Oh, the poor and in Africa and all that stuff.
Yeah, it was Africa. Yeah.
And this, yeah, and it sent multiple messages. Not just to help out those, but that no matter what race you are, and you see all the artists. There were whites, there were blacks, there were Chinese, there were so it sent a beautiful message. And I remember when I was in school, we had to like learn the song, and during that time we would perform a lot on stage and actually sing it. So they were promulgating that message totally contrary with what the message they're trying to push in school right now, right, Tanya?
Hmm. Yeah. Um, so you, I mean, a little bit about critical race theory. It basically tells everyone that's why that they look through a lens that is somewhat racist. It can be a percentage racist or fully racist. And the children are asked how racist do they believe they are. And then they use social emotional learning to try and counsel kids to not be racist. So it plants that seed before they even have it, because you can see kids. I've seen kids of all ages, especially small kids, they don't even see color. They see past that. They see completely past it. They see the heart. And um, you know, I have a lot of friends that are of all races, and they would say the same thing about me. And they're not on board with the critical race theory thing at all. But there again, it doesn't matter if we as adults are not on board with it when you have school systems that are corrupt with this curriculum that's being taught in every school. I've had people reach out to me and say, I can't believe this is in my school. And I've had people reach out to me and say, this is not in my school. And then I tell them what to go back and look for. And they come back and they say, oh, wow, this is in my school. Is in every school in America to some degree. And I have someone on our research and development team that's going to be researching that. I already know some people that have researched it, but it was supposed to be illegal a few years ago. It was supposed to be made illegal, but apparently that law has been changed again because it's being taught still. So, yeah, it's definitely the opposite of what that message was. Um, Critical race theory is all about segregation, and it's destroying the relationships of the children and the minds.
I was trying to look up this link that one of our people sent us on Facebook on my other phone.
Yeah, I know. I was trying.
And they have locked me out again for two-factor identification. And it makes no sense because I already set it up. Like, I broke down and did it like 2 months ago. And now they're telling me that I'm locked out because I don't have it set up. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This is that Facebook Protect, guys. That's why I'm not on there no more, because I'm not going to put my identification up there.
Because they're forcing you to give them the information.
And it's a win-win situation for Facebook because, see, here's the thing. Once they lock you out of your account, you have no way to gather your information. All your pictures, posts, comments, all of that is now locked down. So if you don't turn on Facebook Protect, well, they still have all the information on you. If you do turn on Facebook Protect, now they got another layer of identification on you. Now, of course, granted, they could probably get it, you know, your driver's license, your social security number.
Which they do ask you for if they think you're not under the correct name, because they did that to me. And I was like, no.
You can't.
They're like, well, send us your license so we can see that it's you. And I'm like, that's none of your fucking business.
They're trying to get free information off of you, because to get your social security number, your driver's license, they would have to pay money to be able to obtain that information. So right now they're trying to get you to voluntarily disclose your information. That way is a win-win situation. But like I said, you don't turn on Facebook Protect. Well, you kind of win in a sense that now you're not on Facebook no more, but now you're not connected to your friends and family. Now you have no access to your pictures, your posts, your comments. So now they can use that against you, because things like the Patriot Act is what's set up to be able to have this overreach of surveillance on our lives.
And it's a good idea for any of you getting involved, because you can download your profile from there. So you'll have all your pictures and everything. If you have the storage capacity to go ahead and do that, to save it. And I'll stop with the critical race theory thing after I tell you this. Go look up James Lindsay. He has all of his documentaries on, he has a podcast too, but so if you want to listen, I don't know where it's at, but because I deleted a lot of my apps, but if you look up James Lindsay, JamesLindsay, but on YouTube, it's New Discourses, and he'll tell you everything you need to know about critical race theory.
Okay, Roberto, since you're from Florida, Sean's asking, while we're on topic, what are your thoughts on Florida's parental rights in education?
Well, honestly, I haven't read the bill or whatever. If you're talking about the like they coined it, the "Don't Say Gay" bill, if that's what you're referring to. But according to the little bit I know, I mean, of course, it's while we're on topic, it is the parents' rights to number one, teach their children about about sex education and all that stuff, and number two, state funds or federal funds. I mean, if you yourself want to take your child into one of those schools where they teach those things, that's on you. But public schools that are funded by us taxpayers and by the state, there should be no reason why that should be taught into our schools. So the most, like Tanya said, should be taught in school, especially in elementary school, is how to protect your body and how to dial 911, etc. And maybe in high school, teach human growth and development, reproduction, and just the facts. A man is a man, a woman is a woman, and they
biology.
And they get together, and then sperm fertilizes, all that stuff, just the facts. After that, if they learn on their own on the street by their
Uh-oh. You cut out. While he cut out, I'll go ahead and tell you, if you go to momsforliberty.org, if you want to get involved in your community, there are quite a few chapters, especially in Florida. It looks like Florida has the most chapters by what I'm looking at on the map. Are you back?
He's not back yet. He's froze up, man. The one thing that comes to my head right now is I'm like, all right, you want to play that game? I'll tell you what. You let God and Christianity back into schools, and then we can have a proper discussion between the two.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's kind of how I think about it. I'm like, no. You know, you want to play on the same wavelength. Let's do that. We'll put God and Christianity back in schools, and then you can have that discussion as well. But until you allow that to happen, I'm not even in it on that
Start
situation.
saying the pledge.
Parents have a right to decide where they want their children to be and learn, and he's right. I guess if you want to play the game of federal funding and taxpayer money, and there's people that are making the argument that that's taxpayer money, so you shouldn't have God in school. Well, guess what? You shouldn't have the other in school either. And until you guys decide on both of them on a level playing field, I don't want to hear it.
You have plenty of taxpayers that believe in God.
So, but Uncle Deuce asked, can somebody please define racism? Is it a hatred of a race? Is it knowing that cultures are different and not liking another? I'm confused. Really, Uncle Deuce? Racism would be judging people on the color of their skin by what their abilities or lack of abilities are and not their actual abilities. It would be calling people like, let's see, you know, thinking someone of a different race is stupid based on their race, or you know, it's judging them by the color of their skin and not the content of their character, as MLK has most famously said. And there is a such thing as being racist toward white people too. Just because you're white and you know other people are racist, there's also a bad thing like white supremacy and black supremacy. Believing that one race is more supreme than the other, that would be considered racist also. Knowing cultures are different.
It's all our fault.
Someone mentioned that there's all kinds of sex in the Bible. You are correct. I've already had this argument with plenty of people, but the Bible also teaches not to have sex out of marriage. It also teaches the history of Sodom and Gomorrah. There's a lot of history in the Bible of. So if you're talking about excerpts from the Bible that may be inappropriate, that's a thing. But the Bible in whole does not teach bad behavior. It teaches to make good choices. And therefore, you know, if we can go back to what I said about teaching kids to protect their bodies, I'm talking just in the broad scope of things. Your choices matter. Our choices matter. We can sit here and tell you about our choices that we've made in our lifetime and how they've affected us. So it should go back to, if you choose this, these may be the consequences, and this is what you're going to have to live with. Whether you choose abortion and you have to live with the pain of choosing abortion, or if you choose to have your child and you have to struggle to survive and make it. And, you know, choosing life, just, it brings so many good things. So, this is just a conversation of part of the hill I'll die on, I'm sure. Roberta's back. Go ahead.
I just want to say real quick, I hate racism. I believe in tribalism. Just because you're about your tribe and about your people doesn't mean you're fucking racist. It doesn't mean you hate other people. It's okay to love your people, whoever your people are. It doesn't matter what they are, what they're doing, whatever the fuck it is. You can love your tribe, and that's okay. You can't be a racist because you're a piece of shit if you are. Period. Point blank. If you're racist, you're ignorant on some level, your shit ain't connecting right, something's wrong with you. But it's okay to be a tribalist. Like, it's okay to love your people. It's okay to want your people to succeed, whatever that is. That's cool. Racism is not, man. That's all bullshit. I just want to clear that up real quick.
You know, racism was man-made, propagated to fuel the machine. Like, really, it's really because of our old thought patterns and beliefs. We've been groomed to believe that this is the way it is, that certain races are inferior to other races or superior to other races. But, I mean, if we take the bad players out of the equation, there is no racism. It's just a way to fuel division and control. It's really what it is. It's a way to divide the people, and when you divide the people, they're easier to control. So if you got them all hating each other, then the powers that be that don't fucking matter are going to have more ability to be able to control a smaller group of people. It's like, you know, that small fish that's in the ocean swimming by itself don't mean shit to a whale. But when you've got a million of those small fishes all together, that whale and those whales are going to be like, oh, no, forget this. I'm turning around.
Or the discussion I have with a lot of people for a while is, remember this, because everyone goes back. Like, if you've ever read Howard Zinn's The People's History of the United States, it starts out, which is a very popular history book, more with the left-leaning people. It starts out talking about Christopher Columbus in the 1492. And when he invaded and how he just slaughtered Indians and stuff like that. I'm not going to sit there and have this debate about if he slaughtered, who he slaughtered, and how much. But the point is that up until from the dawn of mankind, in every place in the world, in every community of people, there has been only two things that they have known. You are either conquered, or you are going to conquer. So you're either conquering someone or you're going to be conquered, period. This has gone on everywhere. The Indians did it. People in Africa sold their people out, like different tribes out to slavery.
Extortion, being exploited.
You know,
that goes along the line.
They might have been on a fertile piece of land and you needed to take care of your tribe. And so you went and conquered that tribe. This has gone through, if you want to go biblical, it has gone through all the books of history in the Bible. It has gone through the history of mankind. The only thing that I believe from my research and learning has changed it is the Industrial Revolution. That was the first time that you can really look back on history and go, you know, with the Industrial Revolution, people were able to be settled. They could bring food in to the cities. That's the first time you really started having cities pop up. I mean, you kind of had it in the United States, like in that aspect, because otherwise you had to work very hard to produce all these things. So you were either conquered or you were going to conquer someone else. And people forget this. This is gone. The whole history of mankind until basically the Industrial Revolution, like, solidified that you didn't have to go conquer someone else or a people because you needed to continue to survive. That's really what it boiled down to. And so you don't really get racism out of that from the dawn. You get, my people have to survive, and I agree with Tommy. That's tribalism. We still have to try. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't mean what was done I think is right or concur with or anything like that. It's just fact. It's just truth. And that's why I can't stand it when people go back and they're like, oh, well, you know, 400 years ago. Well, 400 fucking years ago, you were trying to survive off the land and you were here or there with your tribe. And so everybody was warring with each other to try and build up empires and stuff. That's just mankind. We are imperfect people. We don't have to be fighting over land anymore. We don't have to be fighting over food, or we shouldn't have to be right now. But, you know, you've got this global elitists that have been trying to rule the world depending on what you've been looking into, could be from ancient times on until, now, or the Industrial Revolution with the Rockefellers and who else? The Rothschilds.
Ford.
Where they think in their brains, we need to control this population, because they're fucking smarter than us? No. They got lucky. They had enough money on the Great Depression that when everything crashed, you could buy everything for pennies on the dollar. That's how they amassed their fortune, because the whole world went into a depression. God knows how it happened ultimately. Maybe somebody pulled the trigger to do it on purpose. Soros goes and destroys countries for that money. He doesn't care. But I go into something else too. But remember that. It's conquer or be conquered. That's what it's been from the dawn of mankind. That's why I don't accept the premise when we go back 600 years. It's also about forgiveness.
Does anybody see Karma's comment?
Where's Karma?
About teaching kids that we can't say, this thing that I don't like is bad, but this thing that I do like is okay with that. It's the wrong way to look at it. There are things that are inherently
not okay.
Not okay, like Uncle Deuce said. So it's a right to go into a public swimming pool with 11-year-olds, and I can shower my 11-year-old daughter as a dad, no problem, right? Like, there's some things that are just not right. Drag queens in front of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds. No matter their age, you're a child, you got drag queens in front of them? No. Sorry, that's not okay.
A drag queen came out and said that. She said that is not right. We're basically committing some debauchery. There's drugs, sex. We're not there to put on family-friendly things. Drag queens were never that way. This drag queen came out and straight up said it. She goes, that is not a place for 10-year-olds. It's just not. If you want to introduce them to transgenderism, in a way, I mean, that's her choice. But introducing them to transgenderism through a drag queen, that's a whole different world.
The material that they have in the school libraries, there's pedophilia promoting material that is not okay to have in the school system. Point blank. Making it all right for an experimental vaccine for kids that are under 5 years old is not okay. It's not. It's just not. I mean, I'll argue with you until you're blue in the face, 6 feet down in the grave, saying that it's wrong. There are things that are just inherently wrong. And some people may not ever see it that way. And I respect you. On a personal note, I'll respect you to an extent. But that extent is like just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm sorry. I'm a passionate man, and there's things that are inherently good, and there's things that are inherently bad. You can't argue with it. And if you do, well, it's your prerogative. I'll just walk away from you, though.
Karma, I think you're referring to the discussion I had earlier, because you said right, but my point was you're okay with teaching the Bible in school, which is in full force of sex and violence. I didn't say that. I was using the context of, if you're going to push that, teaching the transgenderism, critical race theory, and all that stuff is in there, based that you feel that it's necessary, or other people feel it's necessary, but you refuse to allow, like, God and Christianity to be in there based on the argument, which originally pushed God out of school, was that it's federal and tax funds, and you have a separation of church and state, which was misinterpreted because it was the amendment was to protect the churches from the control of the state, not the state from the churches, which I've also had arguments with other people about as well. So that was the argument that was placed for pushing God and Christianity out of school. I'm not sitting here arguing whether it should be in or out of school. I have my own personal beliefs and opinions. I'm just saying you can't have your fucking cake and eat it too. So if your argument is that transgenderism, CRT, and all that should be in the school, well, no, it fucking shouldn't be. And until you allow God and Christianity to be in there under the same roof at the same time, then you can have that argument with me. and maybe try to change my mind. That was my only point. I wasn't saying I was for or against either or. I'm just saying that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Karma, it's okay. You don't have to be a follower of God. That's not the point. Hopefully I was able to clarify that. I'm not saying you have to be a follower of God. I'm not saying it should or shouldn't be in the school. I'm just saying that it's either everything is out like that and we just teach children how to think, not what to think. If they want to have that argument, if you don't want religion mixed in with the state, that's okay too. You don't have to. I'm just saying that you can't have your cake. People can't have their cake and eat it too. It's either you put both of them in there and you decide how you're going to mitigate it with these kids and confuse the fuck out of them, or you leave all of it out. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, Thomas, I hear you, bro. Right on, my man. You're one of those.
Yeah, Sean, that's just exactly, Sean. Why does a school allow a Satanist club, which they do? A lot of them have. I've seen it in there, but they won't allow a Christian club. Like, you don't get to pick sides here in the situation. If you want to, I can't say I agree with a Satanist club at all, but I'm just saying the point is, if you're gonna have a Satanist club, then if you're gonna push out a Christian club and put a Satanist club in and allow that, then you should get a Christian club too, man. You gotta get both sides.
Yep, agree. School is just a private institution.
How many clips do you think we're all gonna have cut out of this and is this 6 months or a year from now when we get big enough? They're like, look what this bitch said.
Bring it on. We ain't scared of no fight. We ain't scared of nothing or no one.
Where's Karma? Karma, I do want to say something to you, Karma, though. It is okay that you don't believe in God or religion. Nobody is going to look differently. That is what you believe in or what you don't believe in. And I have said it over and over again. You do not have to believe in God. You can believe in God, whatever you want. But Karma, there is a pull between good and evil. Everyone I know, no matter what their belief system, knows there's good and evil. And there's a pull. That's why you're probably here. You know that something's not right. You don't have to believe in God to know that. You just know something's not right. And we're all here for the fundamental truths and for liberty and for freedoms. Because without it, we don't have a country. We don't have a people. We're just pawns in somebody's game. And God knows what they're going to do to us because they're already doing it. So please continue watching, Karma. Please tell us if there's anything you'd like to help out with.
Good and evil or broad
you are not going to be separated because you don't believe in God. That has nothing to do with anything.
So,
Tommy's about to go bye-bye.
I think Roberto can speak on that.
Go ahead, Roberto.
Well, Paula had a good idea, and she told me the other day, why don't they introduce, and not in a religious sense, but more in a healthy sense, because there are studies that show that there's a lot of health benefits in meditation. Why don't they show these kids and take 5-10 minutes of meditation where they just concentrate on their breathing, and I believe that will show a lot of a lot of inner peace and all that stuff, so less angry people, and so on and so forth. And
you're right, Roberto. Meditation, breathing work.
They took the moment of silence out of schools along with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I remember that. I remember the moment of silence, but the moment of silence was more to it always came after the either the Pledge of Allegiance or, well, we used to pledge of allegiance and then the Star Spangled Banner. We used to sing the Star Spangled Banner right after the Pledge of Allegiance. Then they removed the Star Spangled Banner. They left the Pledge of Allegiance. But yeah, the moment of silence was always after the Star Spangled Banner.
That's a great idea. I mean, that's part of the problem I think we're having with kids having so much anxiety and stuff is that they don't know how to just slow down for a second. They're so ingrained with these electronics and stuff that you see that higher rate of anxiety with these children and lack of coping skills. And man, parents, I'm sorry, some of y'all are to blame. You fucking hand your kid a tablet with a cartoon on it or something to watch so that you can keep them occupied. You're like, I get it. Sometimes you got to do that. I've done it with my nephew, but man, you have to limit their screen time. There's a scientific study that's been out for years now that talks about the development between gray brain matter and white brain matter. They get the most gray brain matter, which is your cognitive thinking skills at a younger age during those formidable developing, years. And when you hand them something like the electronic, they develop way more white brain matter, which is like the physical touch this, move this, coordination. And so now you're robbing them of their gray brain matter development. And so you're seeing it now in these generations where you're like, what the fuck? You can't think this problem through? Well, yeah, unfortunately, because they weren't taught those cognitive thinking skills. They were kind of handed these electronics and developed all that white brain matter. And so you're seeing it now in these younger generations. So,
and that was planned too. There's grants
I'm
that
sure
were
it was
given to the schools to hand these Chromebooks to every kid, and of course Bill Gates was behind that too. So.
Yeah. Susan's asking, here comes Susan. Do you think abortion should be illegal, Lisa? I already went through that conversation the other day and said it's regardless of whether, it's not even an argument about it. I won't even argue about it with people. I'm like, there's no argument. You need to teach self-restraint and responsibility. If you have self-restraint, that's not even an issue that needs to be argued right now. So I have my own personal beliefs. I have my own debate about it. I'm not even going there. And I refuse to go there on the basis of just keep your legs closed or get birth control. Take some responsibility. And we already separated out that very minute percentage of a completely different topic of being, rapes or incest or any of that. You take that out on a general basis. Have some self-restraint, man. And educate. And so I took my little adopted people, girls together. I had them a few weeks ago. They're 16 and 18 now. I pulled them aside. I'm not their parent, but I pulled them aside. I'm like a mom to them. I'm like, hey, here's the conversation. Do you need me to take you to have that checked out, with your dad's permission? I'm happy to talk to you guys about it. Because don't make that mistake. Be prepared, because you know what? If you were to say get pregnant and have an abortion, you will never be the same from it. And I would hate to see that psychological impact happen to those little ones. When I could have just pulled them aside, like I did, and have that discussion about being responsible and have that invitation to get them taken care of that way under their dad's permission and stuff. I mean, there's no reason why we can't be educating them that way. Do you really want to put a child through that psychological trauma because they made a mistake? I don't. I'd rather try to keep them from that trauma. But, I mean, I refuse to go into that debate about whether it should be legal or illegal, because we could stop it before that. Just having those conversations and making that stuff available and educating them that way. But that's just my opinion. Go ahead.
Let me add to the abortion, and this is a little personal, and I can relate to Lisa to a certain extent, but of course I love my mom and my late dad to death, But before I was born, my parents aborted. Am I still on? Am I still on? Yeah. My parents aborted like 3 or 4 times. And when my mom was pregnant of me, my dad wanted to abort me too, for your information. So, but my mom fought tooth and nail so that I can be born. And I'm so grateful to my mom because I love life for me being here. So for those that push abortion, is it that they would have liked to have been aborted, or do they even think that they could have been aborted or they could have been miscarriage and not live? Or is it that they hate their life and they wish they would have been aborted, so they want to push it on everybody else? Ask yourself that question.
And these people that are bringing up assault, I've been there, I've been through that, and it's horrific. So if you want to have that conversation outside of this live video and you've been in that situation and you had to choose abortion because you got pregnant through being raped, I would love to connect with you and have that conversation and be able to be there to help support you. So, but I don't think this is the place for it.
Hey,
So
Carmen,
listen, so everybody has their own choices. Your choice ain't my fucking business. Period. It's not my fucking business. My choice ain't your fucking business. If you want to encourage me and help me and you know, give me some insight on how I can make my choice better for myself, not make your choice better for myself, but make my choice better for myself and encourage me in doing so, then you can be included in fucking my business. But if you don't have nothing but negative shit to say, if you are trying to tell somebody that they shouldn't think the way that they think, it's not your fucking business and stay out of it. Period. That's what's wrong with most of the people in America. They want to be included in somebody else's shit that they don't have nothing to do with. Mind your own damn business. Period.
hey, Karma, I just want to put this out there on a personal note. I am sorry for the hurt and the trauma and the damage that has been done to you. I don't know you. I don't know your life, your backstory, other than what you commented. And I just want to say that I apologize. I'm sorry for the trauma, the damage that's been done to you. Know that all of us here, and I speak for all of us right here, we love you. We care about you, and we're glad that you're here. We're glad that you have a life and that you're here and you're interacting with us, because this could very well be the start of your healing for you moving forward. And I almost get emotional because I really am sorry for what you've gone through. But just know that there's people out there who really care about you and really love you and really glad that you're here on this planet with us. So just know that.
You're supposed to be here, Karma, whether
Yeah.
you feel that way or not. I know we've all had these same points. Not that, you've already said that. You're not suicidal or anything. You're a realist. We get it, because there's tons of times. I mean, for me, when I was a kid especially, I would just lay there and go, I'm just ready to die. I wasn't suicidal. I just didn't understand why I was here. I didn't understand it. I knew that people were always trying to snuff out my flame and my light, and I went through a lot of rough things through most of my life. A lot of us all have. And we've all had points where we're just like, why the fuck are we here? It just doesn't make sense. But you know what? You're here for a reason. Maybe your reason isn't here yet. But you're here. And you can grow off that. I know when I got into Hagerstown a week into it, a lot of my life made sense for once. That I had to go through all of that pain, all that suffering, all of those things that I've gone through to prepare me for this journey that I was about to take. And you know what? Even though I got into Hagerstown into a week, I was like, oh my gosh, this is what I was prepared for. Well, God keeps opening those doors for me. You know, I know you're saying you don't believe in God, and that's cool, man, but life has doors for you, whether it's God-based or not. I mean, there's reasons we're all here. You never know. And there's hundreds of thousands of reasons we're all here. I don't know. You might have smiled at somebody the day they were having a bad day, and it actually made them make a different choice that day based on the positive interaction, and it saved their lives. You never know. So keep coming on, Karma. I mean, none of us are going to look down. You can disagree with us all you want. That's your right to do, and that's okay. There may be things that we're not right about and you're right about. So, but I get it. She laughs all the time. That's good. That's good. But you know what? You may have come out of bad circumstances, but life is what you make of it.
Not you know what? Not everyone needs a purpose. Is different than everyone has a purpose. Okay, so you may think that you don't need a purpose, but you have a purpose, nonetheless. You may not know what it is right now, but you will by the time that you are done living this life here on Earth.
That's okay, Karma. Today might be your purpose of giving us a different perceptive reality, and we appreciate that.
Hey, some people's purpose is just to distract people so that they get off course just long enough not to get hit by the fucking bus that's about to walk in front of. Some people, that's just their purpose. It's what they do. They just go around, they show you shiny objects. You're like, oh shit, shiny shit. And you go that way and you miss getting hit by the bus. Sometimes that's people's business.
Catching up. See, we always try to make this short. I'm never using short.
No, you always lie to us and say it's going to be short.
Every time I say short and sweet, it's like 4 hours later.
Big thing is we need to learn how to just take better responsibility for our actions. You know, be educated, be knowledgeable. Knowledge is power. Like I said, I guess if I have anything to say and touch on, I'll go ahead and touch on abortion real quick. And with regards to being legal versus illegal, I don't even think that is something that man is allowed to even actually put into place. But at the same time, though, this is where I come from, okay? And I'll start here with the people who are victims of rape. That's a very small percentage of abortion cases. At least I would believe that that's the case, because if there's some random woman that sits in her house all her life, the chances of her getting raped are very slim to none. Even when she goes out into the general public, the chances are very slim to none. I would say that being raped would probably come from somebody who's been in your life and who's been around you, or even someone who knows someone who's been around you. So if you're a victim of rape and you want an abortion so you don't have that traumatic experience through the whole pregnancy and then afterwards, then that would be something that I would see would be accommodable, right, for that specific person, right? Those specific people. And then in regards to, how would it be funded? How would it be paid, right? In those instances, perhaps there would be an organization or charities who would be able to perform this procedure for you. But here's the big but, is on the other side of the thing is those people who want an abortion because, like Lisa had said, frankly, because you were not, you didn't want to close your legs, you had a few drinks, and before you know it, you're pregnant, and then you want an abortion. Well, when it comes to things like that, in my opinion, if you want an abortion, it shouldn't be illegal, but you will have to pay for it. You know what I mean? Like, it's your responsibility. So if you want an abortion because of something other than non-consensual activity, right, then you should probably have to pay for that. That's taking responsibility for your action. That's what I mean. And it's a small population of people who are victims of rape and don't want that child, but that's just
1%. 1% of abortions are from rape. Less than 0.5% are from incest. So if you take the numbers of how many abortions are done every year, and like Lisa said, that's a completely separate conversation. Those people that have lived through rape and have lived through incest, that's a different conversation. We're having a conversation about people who just want to keep having sex and killing the babies, and that, I mean, they're two total different conversations to be had. And then we're having to start having the conversation about aborting babies after they're born. I mean, why do you need 9 months to figure it out? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's like the area I didn't want to go into, but I'm just saying, like, if you're 8 months pregnant, and you decide you want an abortion 8 months, fuck you. You could have figured that out way before 8 months.
Or
Like,
there's so
have that
many
child
people,
give it up for abortion. I'm sorry. You can
There's
cut that out and hate me all you want.
there's
But
so many people in the world that want to
want
adopt.
children. Like, you
Yeah.
made it 8 months now, and you're just gonna murder, like, straight up murder a child. A child can live outside the womb at 20 to 21 weeks. So if you want to start going into the nitty gritty of stuff, let's just say if a child can be viable outside that womb at 20, 21 weeks, you're murdering a child after that point. Like, I'm sorry, that's gonna piss people off. But if you've gone that long without knowing what's going on, or you, like, know you're pregnant and then you just decide all of a sudden you don't want it, you're just not a good human being at that point. Like, you can have the conversation about, like, you're 2 months into it and you found out you're pregnant. Okay, but you're 8, 9 months into it. Or what do these other people talk about? Infanticide. You can have the child, but decide if you want to kill it up to a week later, or what California was trying to condone with
28 days later.
Yeah, well, California was trying to condone murdering a child up to, what was it, 20
weeks after
20
was
weeks
passed.
after they were born.
It was
And
passed.
condone it.
I can
Like-
read it to you because I just found it today. It was passed. And Karma's in here talking about that too. But basically, the way the law is written, it's trying to cover up botched abortions.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. I don't know if we can really get into that whole thing. Karma's saying that is not just murdering a newborn. It protects the parent if the child is going to die or something. It allows them to take off life support. There's a difference, Karma, between a child being on life support and being decided to take it off and just straight killing it. I mean, that's... You know, at least, you know, how many stories have we heard about children that weren't supposed to live past being born, that the medical community has advanced so much. They were able, like, there's miracles of these children. You know, that's, if a child's on life support, that has to be a parent's decision. I think that's two different discussions, Karma, to be honest with you. But I don't know why I was trying not to get super passionate about it. But yeah, it's just, it is passionate. It's passionate for me. I don't know. But like I said, I don't even like to even get into the discussion and the back and forth of, you know, whether abortion should be legal or illegal based on the majority of the abortions that are performed, because that all goes down to teaching people, you know, responsibility and self-accountability. And that's what we're lacking in this world is, you know, everyone keeps getting told, these kids keep getting told, oh God, it's like one of my little adopted kids, man. She's like, I said, what'd you get on your math test? I got a D. Well, why did you get a D? Well, it was supposed to be a B. Oh yeah? Why is it supposed to be a B? Well, I put a lot of effort into it. So? You put a lot of effort into it? So you're supposed to get a B? I said, did you get the answers right? She's like, well, no, my teacher said I got these wrong. Okay, well then you got a D, dude. Like, I don't know where you get the mentality that just because you put effort into something, or just because you made a mistake, doesn't mean you don't have to be accountable. Like, that's the biggest problem, is people are not being accountable to themselves, and that takes all kinds of whatever. I mean, I was certainly held to a higher standard than everyone else, so I used to actually get pissed at the kids that got away with everything. And then later, when I grew up and realized that my ex-husband got away with everything all the time, it used to make me mad until he started serving a whole bunch of time in prison. It auto-corrected, goodness. But that's a whole other thing, too. Participation trophies. Yeah, Chris. Why would anyone fight for it but for scary? Trying to catch up with y'all. I know this is getting pretty candid tonight. I'm sure it'll be used against us at minimum in the court of social media. Well, you said this. Yeah, I did fucking say that. Here, go play the whole clip until you can get the context and not just the hearsay and conjecture you're trying to manipulate.
Are we done for the night?
Yeah, I mean, we can be. Some people have to go to work in the morning. Jack Herbert Candy's Activist News Network. That is a title, sir. You people just didn't understand the Constitution. Abortion is a Fourth Amendment issue with privacy, medical privacy.
Okay, well, here.
We look up your Constitution and read the Fourth Amendment.
Ophelia on here says something that I would like to.
That's Susan. Oh, Ophelia said something that Matt would like to address here.
Something about women getting pregnant because they're spreading their legs. And the man plays no responsibility in that. Well, yeah, of course the man has responsibility in that. Of course, it takes two to tango. You know, and does the guy actually get a say if the woman decides to abort the baby? No.
Actually, there was a great debate over that because they tried to pass a law in your state, one of the states over there, that basically gave parental decision rights, abortion rights to the man, and people ape shit over that and said, "Oh no, that's a woman's choice." And I'm like, "No, it took two to tango, man." Mm-hmm. And then they're like, "Well, then you can force a woman to have a baby for 9 months." I mean, you know, that's another debate too. It still took two to tango, so you can't, like I say, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Ophelia, we're not saying the guy's not just as responsible.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you know what? If they're solely responsible, then that would be someone who's a victim of rape. If they're solely responsible, see, this is a consensual thing. It's consensual, just like Tanya said. What did you say, Tanya? 1% is victims of rape and 0.5% is of incest. Mm-hmm. So what does that leave with? 98.5% of those who get an abortion is from consensual activity. Or maybe there's some percentage that, you know, the statistics are not completely there. There might be some non-consensual activity, but it was never reported. Well, that, you know, not reported still is consensual because you didn't report it. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Why? Yeah, the guy has a responsibility, and they can stop just as well as the woman can. And what I've always been taught as a guy is that women are smarter than men. So,
I don't know what she's talking about with Amendment 4. It says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. I think she's talking about a different amendment.
Yeah.
Forced, it's not necessary. Like, forced, we're not saying we're not forcing women to have birth, but we're not going to force them either to kill life. No.
Oh, he's talking about Susan's comment. If women are forced to have birth, men should be forced to pay child support if they want to run away. They are already forced to pay child support.
Yeah, they are. Or their wages are garnished. They lose everything.
And that's if the woman chooses to have the birth and it has nothing to do with the man. So, I mean,
they
that's
go to prison.
They do. In Texas, they'll go to prison too. Like, if you don't pay child support in Texas, you can go to prison. So, I mean, I don't think that's really an argument because it's already addressed in the laws right now, whether, if the child is born, period, whether the person decides to have the child or if the child is born, it's already addressed.
Sorry, I don't agree with murder.
Matt gets very passionate.
I don't agree with murder in any sense of the word.
Right.
There's nothing. There's no exceptions. I'm sorry.
But that's why it's hard. I mean, fortunately for us right now in this conversation, there are some people that agree/disagree, have different opinions, but at least we're having civil discourse out of it, most of it. Because if you get into these like mob crowds about this that are standing right now outside the Supreme Court regarding Roe versus Wade, you can't even have a civil discourse, and then they try to pull you into this psychological heated conversation about, well, you think it should be illegal, like, and they get intense about it. It's like that's not even a debate right now. The debate is what led to this even coming up. How do you stop it from square one? And it's a hard one. I mean, everyone's got their own differences. I mean, you've got principles and ethics and different things like that. I mean, yeah, I've got passion about certain things. Matt has passion. You guys do. Some people believe that a woman should have every right to decide what's done with their body, and that goes in, like, that's where I get really pissed about people, the hypocrisy of it, especially over this whole fucking COVID thing. So you're telling me, and these are the people that will say a woman should have every right over their body, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
My body, my
But
choice.
you're telling me I'm fucking killing you because I choose to have control over my body about what I inject into it? No, you don't get to have your cake and fucking eat it too. And so you have to be careful not to get pulled into these debates. I was beat down a lot, literally, physically, mentally, all kinds of stuff, to the point that I don't like contention. I hate contention. So it's not good for me to be in those conversations, because when it gets very contentious, I'll shut down. However, the good Lord has noticed that was a weakness of mine, and he's put me through some very fervent training in the last year. And so now I'm very outspoken like I am. I'm not usually like this. I never was. And so the convoy, getting ready for the convoy, and the preparedness I went through for the convoy put me in this position that I've learned how to speak up for myself and not worry about contention, because you know what? Nobody's ever going to lay a hand on me again and live to tell the story. So I don't have to be afraid of contention anymore. I can have an actual discussion with people. That doesn't mean I don't get heated. That doesn't mean sometimes my brain doesn't shut down just a little bit. But the point is, they want to draw you into that anger, so then you can't think emotionally. And we have to not be drawn into that realm of discussion, because it's not even a discussion. They're just pulling you into it to make you look like a horrible person. And that's why I keep saying, I'm like, I don't even want to get into the discussion about whether abortions are legal or illegal. It's the point of having that responsibility, that personal, educating these people before they even get into that problem. And traumatizing themselves. You really want to say that it's okay to do that? Think about all these women that have said they've had an abortion and how it's affected them throughout their whole lives. And then you look at some people that have had it so many times that it doesn't even affect them anymore. And that's frightening too, because then you're looking inside to see if there's a soul left in there. Because some of them are like, what? The convoy, when they were up in Oakland, that one lady said straight up, she's like, I eat abortions for breakfast. What? Like, are you a monster? Like, I don't understand. Like, how does that work out? Why would you even say something like that? I don't get it. Just to be outrageous, I suppose.
No, I mean, they're using HEK 293. Go look it up. HEK 293. I can't make this up. National Institute of Health. they're using human embryonic kidney cells to put into our food and beverage product. I can't make it up. I know it may seem outlandish and crazy and wild, but yeah. So you wonder, what are these aborted fetuses? What are they doing with them? They just discarding them, throwing them in the dumpster, flushing them down the toilet? What do you think they're doing with them? There's one thing they're doing with them. HEK 293, human embryonic cells being used in our food and drink. Just say, you know what? I'll be transparent. I'm gonna let y'all know. I like to drink energy drinks like this one here, and you know what? I boycott Monster after this. I on one hand, it's I don't want to waste money. Somebody got me something, but then I find out information and knowledge that Monster is one of the products that uses HEK 293 human embryonic cells in their products. So, your aborted fetuses, they probably sell them to China too because it's a delicacy in China. Go look that one up too. I can't make it up.
Let's see.
Oh, you want
I saw something good.
I got you, boss.
Tommy's idea for light conversation at the end went out the window.
Yeah, Sasha said something real interesting. All right, Sasha. The government has always shown a problem to individuals considered black slaves to be 3/5 of a person. Think corporations or people. Don't think much of women in general at all. Okay, Sasha, I need to explain to you what 3/5 of the law was about. When that amendment of black person considered 3/5 of a person, that wasn't because they looked down on black people, because the founders saw that they were going to have to get rid of slavery. They wanted to. That was the right thing to do. The problem is that when you have a cultural acceptance of a practice like slavery at the time, you can't just run in and tell everyone you're going to get rid of slavery. That's not going to bring the 13 colonies together at the time. So with that 3/5, the South had a predominantly large slave population, and the Constitution is broken down into so Congress, was it 435 people, and it's broken down by population. So the population areas, the denser population areas, have the most congressional people in those districts. Okay, in order to keep the South from having the larger population based on the slaves down there, they couldn't count the slave as one whole person, or they would always have the majority down there and they would never be able to abolish slavery. That is why they were considered 3/5 of a person, in order to build the framework and keep the South from having the majority of population, considering based on the amount of slaves they had down there. That is why that happened. Most people don't understand it that way. I really didn't understand it that way for years. I thought the same way. Hey, you mean to tell me that they looked down so much on black people that they got 3/5 of a person, that's how they were counted by on the sentences? That's not the reason. It was because they had saw ahead to try and abolish slavery, but you couldn't go in and just say we're going to abolish it if you're trying to pull a country together. So they saw the framework to do it, and they were able to slowly mitigate that and keep the South from having the majority of population down there, which gave them the control of Congress.
Hey. We've been on this live for 3 hours and 33 minutes. 333, that's an important number. But somebody commented that we're nuts, and you asked for a reference. We've already said multiple times, like, we are creating a website. We will have information on there, but when we tell you something, go research it for yourself. We're not mainstream media. We're not trying to brainwash you. We're trying to tell you things that we have researched for hours upon days, upon weeks, upon years. Go find the truth for yourself.
Yeah, we can't make this shit up, my dude.
He's putting, I know, do you want to put that thing you talked about with the drinks in there?
With the what?
He said where to go look it up.
The 293 cells. It's used in lotion, shampoo, all kinds of stuff. If you just go do a simple search, it'll show up.
Do somebody put in here, we're crazy or nuts?
Yeah.
Wow, y'all nuts. Uncle Deuce. Uncle Deuce is kind of accustomed to us, though. Yeah, Uncle Deuce, based on current social standards that they're portraying through the media and minority points that they're portraying as majority points, I guess we could be considered that, but you know better than that. We can be out there. That's the problem. Like, we have to be careful when we talk to the average person, because we've learned that we've had to slow way down and just bring in like little bits of pieces of information, because I think all of us is pretty much overwhelmed like 50% of the people we've come into contact with. I had a girl the other day that was like, I feel like something's about to go down, and I'm like, yeah. She's like, it's not going to be good. I'm like, no. She's like, I feel like you know a lot. I'm like, yeah. And I was like, oh man, because it was the world, Weffy was coming in with their May 22nd date to the 28th. And she's like, I feel like you could overwhelm people with what you know. Yeah. But it's in there. We post all the time in these social forums. Other people post. It's information to bring to light so that you can read it and become aware of it, and then start doing that research or following the links that go straight to the government documents. A lot of us make sure we go find like straight government documents, because if you're on the fence of whether you should trust the government or not, because we were all raised to understand that the government could be a good entity and protective of its country and is there for the benefit of the country, you want to try and have that hope that that's accurate. And unfortunately, it's not right now. So that's why we put a lot of links in that are to those things. They're not to Yahoo. They're not to MSNBC. They're not to Fox News. They are verifiable documents. They are sources. Scholastic papers, different things like that. I actually had someone accuse me the other day of using Yahoo News or something. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, you're getting it from Yahoo. I'm like, no, I'm getting it from a Stanford scholastic paper. Like, those are my resources. We try very hard. We're not always right. I mean, we're imperfect. People make mistakes. If we do, bring it to our attention and let's get it fixed. I know some of the things I say can be slightly misquoted at times, and I will tell you straight up, like, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's this. If it's not, I'll go look it up. But there's a lot of people in our forums that have a lot of information that bring it up. We have one in Texas. Every time she posts something, man, she went and she made sure that it was all verifiable and, about the food processing plants and stuff. And then we're able to like double check that info and send it out to people. So this is a group effort. This isn't just us, that's for sure. All right. We've known about you types for a long time. What's going on here? We got Freedom Phoenix, Soylent Green as people. Yep, that's from Logan. Isn't it from Logan they brought in Soylent Green, that movie? Yeah, Roberto knows. Uncontrolled substances. We've known about you types for a long time. Google the John Birch Society since the 60s. They believe that a secret group of communists rule the world, right? You're into that California Comiforina.
Communifornia.
Comiforina. I don't think if we've labeled the globalist agenda as communist, I think that's kind of a different discussion. That needs to go in our dictionary of what a communist is. Globalists are not communists. Do you guys agree? Do you think a secret group of communists rule the world? Uncontrolled substance?
Nazis.
No.
That's Nazis.
No. It's not communist. Sorry. You're like here, unfortunately, and we're like way up here about that. It's definitely not communist. We can definitely have that discussion. Roberto agrees. Tommy's gone. Let's see. We're looking here. Brenda, please explain what USLA is about. Where's Tommy? He's like really good at putting it out there. He just shut down for the night, huh? Where's Tommy?
He's probably checking on his pool.
Brenda asks, please explain what USLA is about. First of all, we stand for United States Liberty Alliance. Tommy is really good at giving a pretty good description, I guess, broad-based. We are for our liberties. We are for our U.S. sovereignty. We are for protecting and preserving all of that. We're doing it. Our mission statement is through education, demonstration, and peaceful assemblies. We look to collaborate with other organizations. We are not looking to tell people what to do. We are looking to educate people so that they can see for themselves what's really going on in the world. Tommy put it out in our introduction. If you actually go back, there is a USLA Live introduction. That was our first episode about a week and a half ago. And it has a lot of good information about what we're doing, who we are. We have a stated goal that Tommy put out on Blast a week and a half ago that, you know, we're all for the local and the state and all that in our mission statement, but our ultimate goal is to cut the head off the snake with the globalist agenda. You can call it what you want, the Great Reset, New World Order, those people in charge that are trying to manipulate and control the world to their heart's desire. We gotta put Roberto in here. We feel that if those people like Klaus Schwab, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, people involved with the World Economic Forum, which is probably going to get kicked off again, International Monetary Fund, that is private bankers altogether dictating a world, you know, an international.
Again, owned by the Rothschild family, the Rockefeller family. They own all these banks, y'all. Can't make it up. We're eventually going to have all this information.
We'll have all of it in a lovely pointed diagram for you soon.
A pretty infographic, so you can check it out.
That is our ultimate goal. We're going for the top. We're going for the top. So Tommy was able to put it very eloquently. But that is kind of what we're about. We're all about collaborating and coordinating with people and organizations. You know, we got to get the head count. We're not going to sit there and go, oh, you're with such and such. Well, you should get rid of them and come over here. No, we've got several organizations that are on weekly meetings with us that we collaborate with. They're running their own deal. They understand how it's working for them. Every part of the country is a little bit different. It's going to be operated a little bit different. We're just trying to provide a safe haven, a collaboration. What am I trying to say, Tanya, here? Not standards. I can't think. Like a structure, a consistent structure that we can all work with.
Within each state, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, within each state too.
And just for us to, I was reading the questions. People are asking about AI and Q and all kinds. They're trying to get us sidetracked. So I'm just gonna quit looking at the comments.
I just thought that was important. She asked what USLA was. I mean, that's kind of the
So
downfall.
the goal is for each state to reach out to organizations within the state and unite them. There's organizations that are fighting the school boards. They're already there. There's organizations that are fighting voter integrity. There's organizations that are already fighting medical freedom. There's all different freedom fighting organizations within each state. So to unite all of them, for us to be there to get the information out about their organizations and their events. Also for us, we have a call to action from United States Liberty Alliance. After we've united with all of these people, we've helped support them. We will gain their trust and support as well. We already have in quite a few states. So that's one of the common goals between the states. We have the structure that Lisa was talking about in place with research and development, public relations. I always forget the third one. Website and email, not email, website and social media.
Social media, web and development, implementation.
Then the fourth one's effective convoy communications and strategies. And then the fifth one is security, whether it be cyber or physical. So we are building those teams in each state, and therefore when we have those teams and that foundation in each state, then we have the numbers, and we that's the thing. To get people educated, we have to work on a community level and on a state level. And someone asked if Tommy is the leader. We all pass the torch around from day to day and from hour to hour. So the 5 people that you hear talking in here run the caboose of this train. So and we have so many, and I've said it multiple times in this meeting, we have so many wonderful people that have joined with us and support us and are helping us, and we're thankful for that. And they're not going to all be 100% on board with everything we say. Roberto's not going to be 100% on board with what I say, but we have a common goal of restoring liberty to our country, which has been lost. There are crimes against humanity that have been going on for a long time, and in the past 2 years, 2.5 years, a lot of people have woke up to it. Like, what is going on? What are these people doing? And they are puppet masters and pulling strings. Our government doesn't even control anything really. They're just signing paper saying, okay, you got, like Lisa said, all those organizations, and if you look at Bilderberg, then it is a thing. And they are citizens just like we are, and can be held in a court of law for these crimes against humanity. And if you want to go back to what Roberto was talking about attending this weekend, if you look up Crimes Against Humanity tour, they are already, we put out the information about grandjury.net. If you want to, it's grand-jury.net. If you want to go watch those days, they've already put out a model trial of how these people can be held accountable. And so that's the same thing that Crimes Against Humanity tour is doing. And so that's the goal, to take the head off the snake. There has to be justice. there's so much trauma that people have endured. And I get really passionate about this conversation because I've endured a lot of trauma myself in my life. And so it's easy for me to recognize how much trauma people have been through in the past few years. And, you know, in years past too, but there's a lot of things going on. There's psychological warfare, there's cyber warfare, there's obviously bioweapon warfare. There's many ways that they have warred against we the people. And it's time for them to be held accountable, just like anyone else would be held accountable. That's what our court is for. So I don't know if I answered the question. I went from the small structure of what we are doing to educate the people on a community and a state level, and I went all the way to the top of the mission and the goal.
I think people get confused, and you know, I've noticed this. I don't know if Roberto and you guys have noticed it too. They get really tunnel visioned, and they think, well, what's the goal? What's the goal? The problem is that our goal is fundamental, but that has a lot of things incorporated into it. And so even all of us have to slow down sometimes and be like, all right, we can only focus our energy on like 4 things at a time, even though there's 50 things going on that are all interwoven. So it's been a learning process for us too, because when you first start getting into this, as a lot of people, they're starting to wake up, they're seeing it on their local level. They're like, wait a minute, why does our county have an emergency declaration for COVID? Wait a minute, why does our state? We also know the national does. So you see it from 3 different angles on a local, national, and state level. But then you're like, well, where do you start with that? Well, of course you need to defeat the ones in your county and your state and the national. But why are they all working together and conjoined? So this is all stuff that we've spent months, years trying to work out in our heads too, and having discussions about, because we've seen it evolve over time, especially from TPC, because their 2 goals was the mandates and the emergency COVID declaration, which are still important goals. Fortunately, the mandates have dropped down quite a bit, but we still are not under our Constitution. That's one of the things going in our Patriot packets is going to be the 16, is it the 16 designations the president has under the emergency declarations to educate people, because I go around talking to people all the time in Texas and go, did you know we're still under an emergency declaration for COVID under the state of Texas that was signed by Greg Abbott on March 23rd, 2022 under the Code of Darkness that, you know, one of our research people actually found, had to dig through documents and find because it wasn't posted anywhere. And most people are like, no, I had no idea, because they think that Abbott has been, you know, the forefront of keeping the mandates down and stuff as of last year. And the more I find out about Abbott and watch what he's doing, I just watch him and I'm like, this man's not on our side. He's just looking to get reelected when things are a problem and realizes he's not going to get reelected. That's my opinion. That's what I've seen. But most of these Texans don't understand we're still under an emergency declaration for COVID. And then they're pissed
And
because you realize that Abbott did it.
And 3 days ago, you have United Nations again with the World Economic Forum or World Health Organization, meeting together saying they're going to rename monkeypox, and they're calling for another emergency declaration internationally and nationally. And I'm fed up with it. So
because national emergency, you can only do it for 2 years at a time. So you got to put in another one, and you can only do it every 6 months, renewing it every 6 months so often. So, you know, let's bypass that, put in a new emergency declaration, which will last for another 2 years. This is from the National Emergencies Act. what I'm reading, one of the things I'm reading, so I can't make this stuff up, right? 2 years. So, yeah, let's go ahead and create another one. Midterm elections are going to come around. Now, this right here is just a hypothesis, a well-educated guess that they're going to put us down in lockdown right before the midterm elections, and they're going to make us try to do a digital ballot instead of actually be able to go out. Y'all just wait.
Matt Grant has a really good suggestion. He's like, have you tried to mind map to organize these ideas? I think I know what he's talking about. Yeah, we are working on that. That just takes a little bit of time. The hard part is that we get so much information and links to stuff, and it loops into this, and this. It's trying to dissect what is like actually the string pulling the puppet, because you get about 50 strings in, and then when you start getting through it, you start realizing that it boils down to like 2 out of the 50, and they're all interconnected. And so it's hard to map all that stuff out accurately right now. And so we haven't really done that because we don't want to do it and then get on to some more information that actually takes out half of that stuff that's not being like not critically but directly affected, because it's so intertwined. And I think that, you know, the idea is on the table to do it. We all, hell, I got him to give me poster boards one day. I'm like, dude, if we just set it up this way, they'll understand. And then the more we get into it and the more we see it, it's not as, you know, we have to simplify it because it's so complex. And then if we do it one way, a week later, we all of a sudden realize that like a third of that stuff, some piece of information comes in and it shows us how it's indirectly like affixed. And so we'd have to take out that indirection so we can get it direct. So it's coming. I think it's coming. We're just trying to be really careful not to inadvertently mislead or misconstrue or put out info that maybe gets linked in a different path for a different reason. Because I've seen things where I'm like, oh, well, that's why, and it's affecting that. And then I get more information, and then that piece of information is like, no, that's not in this category. That's over in this category. But they wanted you to think it was in this category. It's mind racking, dude.
Says, sorry, the links are not live. Please copy and paste. I don't think this person, I think I may be taking, it is definitely a circus. This person said more fear being pushed. I don't think they're talking about us. I think they're talking about what the World Health Organization and United Nations that they just,
Yeah, Pepsi is definitely part of the World Health Organization. So one way to stop the money flow to the World Health Organization is
stop supporting the products.
Stop supporting Pepsi products. Yeah, it might suck at first, but you will survive. I promise.
So Matt did research on the World Economic Forum, and there's
861
companies that support the World Economic Forum. And if we want to like change the world for the better, and we don't want to, you know, we have to start locking it down and stop supporting these companies. There's so many of them. It's difficult. It's like who orders from Amazon all the time? All of us did. I've changed your habits one company at a time. I've stopped ordering from Amazon. I went to order from Amazon the other day and I smacked my hand and said, no, go find the company. If you want, go into Amazon, you can see who the company is and you can order directly from the company. You might not get it fucking overnight, but you know what? I mean, there's just small sacrifices to make. I love Pepsi. He brings me this to my attention. I'm doing my own research on it as well. When I conclude my research, if it's as Matt stated, which I'm sure it is, then no more Pepsi for Lisa. You know, I mean, I've decided to stop buying it right now. I still got a 12-pack left. I already bought it. I guess, you know, I can't be that pious and just dump it out like other people are stronger than I am. I'm like, man, that's just a waste of money right now at this point. But I'm gonna, you know, I won't buy from them. There's other companies that support the World Economic Forum. If we're gonna try and change things around, then we have to do it. But it doesn't have to be a monumental task. People just make one small change at a time. Make that change, get into the groove of living with that change and putting it in your environment, and then make another change. I mean, it doesn't have to be everything overnight. 861 companies. I mean, it's going to take. He has that list, by the way. I guess we'll be posting that later.
Well, I mean, it's very, and I'll give you the source link too, straight from the horse's mouth. You'll be able to feed yourself with the knowledge as well. Right now, just so you guys know, because I know some of y'all asking about the HEK 293, and you went to the National Institute of Health article that I posted, and you're maybe not really understanding. That's right. There's a company called Synomics Incorporated. Synomics Incorporated is a biopharmaceutical company. They have I don't know how many patents they have, but I'm going through actually the patent website right now, and just so I can scroll to the bottom and show you guys how many pages. You see that?
They probably don't see it. You're gonna tell them.
There's 10 right now. There's 10 pages. I don't know. I'm on the 6th page of all the patents that Synomics actually has for things like methods of identifying modulators of bitter taste using HTR or HT2R50 receptors. Like, what is that? Why do they have a patent on all this shit? So I just want y'all to know that I'm doing research for you guys, like I always do. So y'all have that credible evidence that Synomics is using HEK 293 in products such as Pepsi products and other products. Because see, that's how they do it. One company is linked to another company, is linked to another company, linked to another company. That's how they bamboozle us and hoodwink us to not knowing, and we just stop short of finding the answer. It's like that image of that person with a pickaxe, you know, he's going through the wall, and you got one guy who is just stopped short of the diamonds and the jewels and all the information, right? Then you got the other guy who just keeps on persevering and keeps on going through and knocks through that wall. So it's just a matter of time that I find the information for you guys. So you don't have to take my word for it. You can actually go and see it and read it yourself from an actual legitimate government website. So I'm going to go sit down and I'm going to go find this information for you guys.
And then we're going to post it where? It's going to be posted on Clout Hub. Should we put the link
Hey,
up?
I just want to say, just coming back to this meeting. Sorry, I'll explain that in a second. But man, listen, what you guys are doing right here, where I hear you guys talking and the people are typing and people are throwing ideas out there and everybody's giving their opinion. This is what we created this for. This is why we started this, is to unite everybody. We're not here trying to push anything on anybody. We're not trying to push ideas or anything else. We're here to brainstorm with all you guys. So, man, thank you all for being here and doing this. This is why we created this stuff. I do want to take a second, and I don't know where Matt went. Now I had to step away for a second. There's a bunch of sirens and stuff, and I stepped outside. I don't know what happened. Crazy shit. The air care came. There was a police chase. Left my neighborhood. I live in small town Burlington, Kentucky. I don't know. It was pretty shitty. I think the helicopter came and was on the ground for about 10 minutes, which is never a good sign. And so I don't know, but that's why I had to step away. So if you guys, you know, just kind of keep whoever that person was in your prayers. I don't know what just happened, but probably some crazy shit. But that's why I had to step away. But yeah, you guys are awesome. You guys fucking rock. That's what all this was about. That's why we created this. Everybody come together, get everybody listed. It's going to take the American people to make any of this shit happen. Period. That's what it's going to take. That's what we're trying to do. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is if everybody can get what they've got in their mind. We have to brainstorm. We have to come up with a way to make this happen. And we have to get the information. I mean, I see people jumping in rabbit holes when I go back and read these texts, man. I can tell by the way they're progressing and the stuff they're chatting that they're actually going into rabbit holes right now during this meeting to figure this stuff out and bring it back to everybody. That's what we have to do, man. This is so awesome to watch this unfold, man. I love each and every one of you guys. You guys are awesome. So carry on.
Definitely praying for whoever was hurt there tonight.
Sasha was asking, was our world always this fake? Sasha, it's been going on for a while, Sasha. Go look up the Fabian socialists in the 1800s. Their coat of arms is literally a wolf in sheep's clothing. And there's a globe and it's red like molten lava. And it talks about heating the world up to mold it to its heart's desire. I don't know how much deeper you can get like that if you want to put it into reality. When you create that war, those crises, all this division and everything, you create that chaos and you heat up the world. And then they also have a hammer next to it so they can beat the world into their heart's desire shape. You know, I'm not saying it doesn't go farther back than that, but the current interesting belief system goes, that's a big start of it for the current time we live in. So it's a matter of being able to see through that, see through the veil, see through people that are trying to manipulate you and control things. I think a lot of women that have been abused, men too, anyone that's been very abused in their lives are very familiar with it, because a person that's trying to control you will deflect their accusations of what they're doing onto you. So you'll be accused of sleeping with people when they're sleeping with people. That's how they get away with it. They'll play a lot of mental games. They'll try to disrupt your well-being and put you in a state of crisis 24/7 so you can't get your bearings. I think that's why I've noticed, like, when we were at the People's Convoy, a lot of those women had been through the ringer. And I think that if they hadn't, they wouldn't be at the People's Convoy seeing things for what it was. I feel like people that haven't been through it in a lot of ways are very blessed because they haven't seen that trauma and experienced it. And I don't wish it upon anyone, nor I'm sure Tanya or any other woman that's been through it or guy that's been through it. But it also keeps your eyes covered a little bit, because they can make things seem just right where you're comforted by it, but you don't see through it. Like the fear mongering too. You're constantly in a state of chaos. These poor people they don't know which way to go. They don't know which way to turn because their lives have been pretty even keeled for so long. And now the whole world around them is in this craziness. They don't know which way to go or what to do. Well, that's how you control people. So I see it for what it is. At some point, you just become numb to it. And it either pulls you out of it or it draws you further in because you just shut yourself off from everything. So, I don't know. I could go on. But
someone mentioned AI, and I don't know. I mean, I do know what these guys believe, the Scal and these guys believe, but I mean, if you want to get into that, we'll get into it another time, but in reference to just the COVID vaccination, we know the mRNA does change the DNA, and when the DNA is changed, then it can be patented. It goes back many years that they're talking about artificial intelligence. Their goal, even for Agenda 2030, is transhumanism. Am I saying transhumanism? I'll get it out in a minute. So I mean, it's not a secret. They put it on their website. That's what their goal is, and that's what they think is best for the human race. And they're trying to play God, and I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, because remember, you're too stupid to make your own decisions to have freedom. And I tell people all the time, the Constitution guarantees our freedom to make stupid decisions. That's the whole point of having our agency. I mean, those are our rights as people, our freedom, our agency, whether you believe it's God-given or it's just natural rights. They're natural rights. They come with you when you're born. Nobody can take those away. No government can dictate those to you. They're there. And you need to remember that. It's not about the government giving you the rights to anything. That was the whole reason why we fought the Revolutionary War. Right now, I feel
I was gonna try not to bring that up, but because someone asked about it, I was like, eh. But yeah, that's
Found it. Oh,
you found it. I knew you were over there just going at it.
This is from the patent website. This is how do you spell that word?
Where is
I'm
that?
not the smartest either. Recombinant methods for expressing a functional sweet taste receptor. And it says, and I'll post this for you guys, in preferred embodiments, the expression methods will use HEK293 cells that also stably express G-alpha 15. These methods give rise to heteromeric receptors and compositions containing that are useful in assays for identifying novel sweeteners and sweetness modulators. So there's one thing.
And that's just one.
That's just one.
Thousands and thousands. We're just giving you information so you can go do some research yourself.
That's from Psenomics. Psenomics Incorporated is the one who has the patent. The ones who they give this to, the companies like Pepsi. This is not a good use of time. I know. Well, the truth hurts sometimes. It sucks.
The generation before us did have it right in a lot of ways. Water and coffee and living off the land. And I don't know if it's sometimes. I think it's all the time they had it right. So, we can talk about the biomedical research later. I think someone asked about that.
Matt Grant, I just told him, reach out to us because he does have organizational suggestions based on, our meetings. He's like, it sounds like a gossip section. Sometimes it turns into that, man. We try to do our business first, and then we kind of have a Q&A, and it kind of gets one section to another. But, I agree. If you have some suggestions on how to help us make it a little more organized, structured, we welcome that. Remember, we're just nobody. We're just truck drivers and ex-teachers and all kinds.
And Matt.
And
I'm a nobody.
That's the rabbit hole guru here.
I'm nobody.
He's the rabbit hole guru. We're all nobodies.
I've got no career. I got no job.
No,
I'm not.
physical fitness.
I'm not on government benefits. I'm no unemployment, no food stamps. I'm just a broke ass dude trying to expose the truth.
We're just nobody. We just do what we do. I mean, you can do it too. You know, we just had enough. We've had enough. We have tried to live our lives under the radar. Leave us the hell alone. Let us just leave us alone. Give us our rights. We have freedoms and liberties. We are allowed by our rights to do and live our lives how we see fit, as long as we're not hurting anyone. And we have had more shit pounded to us. Do this. You must accept that. No, I do not accept. If I don't have to accept the minority of a situation that I may not religiously believe in or may not ethically believe in. I shouldn't have to be forced to choose between living in society and taking a badge of honor. And anyone that knows my lives know that I'm talking about badge of honor, because if we use the V word or the J word or whatever it is, they kick you off. So I call it a badge of honor. I'm not hurting anyone. None of us are. And when you tell us that all of a sudden you're going to just infringe on our rights and our beliefs and our ability to live our lives the way we see fit, when we're allowing other people to try and live their lives the way they see fit as well, just let us alone. And you force us to come out and put a stop to it. Like, that's it. That's over. Game over. That's where we came. We've had enough. We had enough. The only way we can defeat this is to bring it to the people and educate them, because they have us so busy trying to cling on to what we have left from all this bullshit that people are just inundated and trying to feed their kids, man. And so we're trying to bring this information to the forefront and make it easier for people to access it and obtain it. And that way they can research it and make the decisions for themselves and move in the way that they feel coordinated to move in that's right. And we're so confident. We're pretty sure y'all are going to be on the same page, whether we, our little bits of disagreements or beliefs or whatever. It's still about the fundamentals of our liberty and freedoms.
Yes. That was good ending to this 4-hour and 15-minute live.
Yeah, so we're gone. We gotta go sleep. Some of us gotta work in the morning.
Good night, guys. Thanks for being here.
Bye, y'all.
Hey, thank you guys all for real. I appreciate it. Let's get this. Love you guys.
We'll be back.
Thank you.
Love y'all.
Hey, bye.
Bye.